Today we're going to be breaking down Hasan Piker, who is one of the largest left-wing political commentators in the Western world. He's a live streamer. He gets around, between 10 and 100,000. His post-recorded views also get like 250,000 to a few million views. And so as a result, he's wildly politically relevant despite being, in my opinion, kind of a psychopath. He is breaking down a video essay from a former podcast host of his that is effectively all of his criticisms of terrorist apologia and geopolitical freakishness that probably made him popular in the first place. The reason why we're watching it is because we want to break it down, and then if he has good arguments, we will say so. If he has bad arguments, we will also say so. So without further ado, let us add Mr. Hasan Piker to the screen and let us watch him apologize for terrorist organizations and apologize for authoritarian dystopian regimes. Let's go.
Junk food, by the way. I think that in this process, you guys will find a bunch of instructive, informative talking points. I feel like reacting to the context nuke from my former podcast co-host is most likely going to be a much more productive setting, considering that I have the capabilities of pausing, inserting my own clips if I choose to do so. It will most likely be an infinitely more productive process than trying to have a debate, because these are all of his gripes that he has with me. And this is what he thinks, if I show to my stream, will end my career. Now, the content nuke itself is long. Okay, it's called the content nuke. I call it the context nuke. I've called it the content puke in the past, but I feel like it's the context nuke. Now, I've yet to watch this thing in its entirety. As you guys know, famously, I chose not to. And, the reason why I'm doing it now is because Ethan, in his endless conquest to destroy anything and everything that people hold near and dear to them for the simple crime of criticizing Ethan lightly, gently, or aggressively, as a matter of fact, Ethan has chosen a path of death and destruction, pretty much, perpetually claiming that he is the victim of unjustifiable attacks by many parties. All of them were fans of his, by the way, for many, many years, or directly were friends of his and content creator collaborators of his, whether it be iDubbbz or even someone like myself. As you guys know, I had a podcast with him for 2 years that ended.
Oh my God. Okay. Hasan, get to it. Okay. Anyways, I feel like he's not adding sufficient context while also talking a lot. They were on a show together. Obviously, Ethan is Jewish. Hasan Piker is ethnically Turkish. He was born in New Jersey, but his dad is a millionaire Turkish magnate who was on the board of trade for Turkey. He's a Nepo baby. He's a media baby. I have no idea if Ethan Klein had any money before he became a reaction breakdown YouTuber. They started a lefty podcast, and then after October 7, 2023, Ethan Klein didn't agree that the state of Israel needed to be wiped off of the face of the planet, and so as a result, he started receiving a shitload of harassment from leftists that were fans of Hasan Piker, and that's why their relationship imploded. That's why this essay was created. Let's try to give Hasan time to get through it, but holy crap.
After October 7, but I'll let him tell that story in a second. But the reason why I chose to watch this is because
okay, I don't care, Hasan.
I'm upset and
I don't care. Let's go.
I remembered the line from the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. Vishnu takes on his multi-armed form and says, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds."
we think the Houthi Ansarallah is doing what Houthi
fucking bloodthirsty, violent pig dogs. Why am I held accountable? God forbid you throw up the fucking green Hamas banner. Happy birthday to you. All together. Happy birthday from Twitch, Hasan. Happy birthday from Twitch.
So far, so good. Prologue. Why am I making this?
Prologue. Hold up. What? All right, hold on. We're just going to address chat because he's taking a minute to get into it. Gen X, is your son feeling better today? He is. Thank you for asking. Hope it isn't his birthday if he's sick. It's not his birthday, so it's a different family member. and they're having fun. They're eating lemon poppy seed muffins in the other room. They're chilling. So thank you for your well wishes. Magnus Manhammer says, I watched it. Too long didn't read. Muslims and Arabs are saints. And if you think that they expelled Jews from surrounding states at any point in history, you are racist and an insane lunatic. Well, we still have substantively way more time to break this down. Yeah, so True Zealot says, poor man, there's no get to the point in this response. He just takes so long and he hopes that people forget the original point. I'll pray for you, Connor. Thank you. At Connor, I heard the full Hasan react is like 9 hours over 2 days. I'm not going to do the whole thing. I'm going to give Hasan an opportunity to defend himself, and I'm going to respond to his defense. I'm not going to spend all day on this guy. I'm going to do this, and then we're going to move on to the woke right civil war, because frankly, I think that's more productive. So I don't think I'll be shocked just because he used sanitized language to avoid bans before. Doesn't mean it wasn't direct the whole time. Yeah, kind of. All right. Anyways, hold on. Listen to his pronunciation of prologue, though, because, obviously with pronunciation, a lot of people only read books. And so they don't know how things are said out loud, which is fine. And I think that hating on pronunciation is the least, it's the lowest form of criticism that you could do. But it's still funny when you hear somebody read words that they've never seen or pronounced out loud before, and they totally miss it. All right. Yeah. Listen to this.
So far, so good. Prologue. What?
It's a low blow. It's silly. It's not real criticism, but hearing him pronounce prologue as prologue is funny. Sacred Snow says, sorry, didn't watch 9 hour react in full and break down every point, incoming out of context. Yeah, well, listen, we need to get big enough for him to care about me taking him out of context. All right, let's go.
Why am I making this?
Oh, hi there.
That's me. He's watching me play Marvel Rivals in the background. Okay,
me,
cool.
Your old friend, Ethan Klein. It's been a while since we've last spoken. In that time, I've had...
Surely he's heard about epilogue before.
3 kids, all boys. I've lost 100 pounds, and I've pissed off 75% of the internet. Probably a lot of you guys, too. Actually talking about there at the NRA meeting that's today in Texas. Someone should... Oh, yeah, and I got a tattoo also, so I'm cool like that now. Left or right, I always thought that, despite our differences, there was one thing we could all agree on. And what was that? That we love America and everything she stands for. Mom and Dad and apple pie. Sure, there's plenty to criticize and endless things to improve, but I thought it was about making a more perfect union. Not tearing it down. Marching bands, a pride that only the thing is, there's something kind of scary brewing in America. Communism. That's America. That's America to me. I started a show a couple of years ago with my acquaintance, Hasan Piker. You might remember him from...
Yeah, by the way, I do want to point out something here. This is January 31st, 2025 was when this video was released. January 31st, 2025. Yeah, I disliked it. I ripped it already.
Rude.
Got to do it for the one time. There was something brewing in the United States of America at that point. Do you want to know why I say this? I point out the date because the thing that was brewing in America was not communism. I know he's trying to make a joke, right? He's, I think, trying to make a joke, but we were already deep into the insanity of the Donald Trump Burger Reich administration. At this point, I was in Japan, escaping the fascist administration rising to power. But at this point, it had been 11 days since Elon Musk had dropped the Sig Heil twice at inauguration. Okay? We're 11 days into Donald Trump And the reason why I point this out is because I suspect, regardless of the fact that I didn't watch the context nuke, but I am very familiar with Ethan's commentary on the matter. The reason why I mention this is because Ethan has a lot of issues with figuring out his priorities, because a lot of what Ethan talks about in this video are values that he cares about, values that he wants to defend. Like, he's a fighter against anti-Semitism. He's a fighter against like right-wing attitudes and things like that. He's a fighter against extremism on all sides. And yet, it feels like what he chooses to spend his time on betrays that idea.
Holy shit. Do I just need to talk slower and take 10 minutes to make a point? Is that what I need to do? Holy shit. The past 5 minutes can be summarized as Ethan Klein says, I love America and hate communism, and communism is brewing on the left. And Hasan Piker has said, did you know that Donald Trump and fascism are also bad? Okay, cool. Fascism, Donald Trump, also bad. Understood. Let's go.
Betrays that value, that first principle that he's operating off of. Because if you're freaking out about anti-Semitism on the rise, I would assume that you probably wouldn't make an entire video and use your previously unused platform to attack your former podcast co-host, who you knew was not an anti-Semite, and you, I think, still know is not an anti-Semite, but sometimes you go back and forth on it. And I know his response always is he can care about two things at once. Yes, but the thing that he's caring about is bullshit. And I think my response to this is going to explain to you exactly why the thing that he ostensibly cares about with respect to me, okay, or all the other people that he brings up in this context nuke is ridiculous. Especially because whenever Ethan says, I can care about two things.
Holy shit. Sorry. Like, what? All right. I'm sorry for fast forwarding the man, but he's actually just saying, like, all the criticisms of me are bad. That's all he said. He said all the criticisms of me are bad because Donald Trump is bad as well. This is your God. This is your king.
Democrat who supports basic things. Okay.
We went on making the show for about 2 years and everything was good. Everyone was having fun. The audience was having fun. No problem. That was until this happened. We were doing our regular show, and for the first time, I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was.
Ethan Klein did not know what social democrats are or what that represents, by the way, before leftovers. And I suspect he might still not know what being a social democrat is, even at this point. But let's continue.
I don't hate the idea of like people who can be successful. I think it's good that people can achieve success in the term monetary success. I mean, that's what that means, right? I do. You know, there's nothing.
I am not a hater of success. I myself am financially very successful. One of the largest points of contention with my existence from many right-wingers is that, oh, you're a socialist, but you have money. How does that happen? So clearly, I don't take issue with that. There is no disagreement there.
What's wrong with that?
Because I see so many people in the chat saying no.
I don't know what y'all are tripping about. Like, what the fuck do you
What is the idea that
you
people
guys, like,
are looking for?
You guys are all like radical communists. There's that many radical communists. Suck it, chat. You're watching a capitalist pig. Deal with it.
All right, let's do our best, okay? Let's do our best. So, Ethan Klein has said so far that he didn't realize how radical the audience that he was cultivating was. He is saying that he didn't realize how far left Hasan Piker was. And one of the things that was indicated to him was that social democracy is effectively like the welfare states, the Scandinavian states, where you believe that you're not a socialist, meaning that you believe in the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. You're not a communist, meaning that you want a moneyless, stateless, classless society. You just want capitalism to be harnessed to achieve the maximal human good, which means that capitalists can still be wildly successful, but they will be taxed a substantive amount of their revenue in order to provide for a generous welfare state, so everybody has, decent material well-being. Okay, that's the way that I understand social democracy. So okay, that's cool. And then Hasan Piker, I don't think he's obviously cultivated an infinitely more rabid audience than he has, where he's like, I can be rich. I think that's cope. I'm not gonna lie. This dude probably does spend 40% of his money on taxes because he is in California. So on top of a 30 to 35% income tax rate, he's probably spending another 10 on state taxes. So half of his money probably does go to taxes. However, I think he at one point was making like $1 million a year, $2 million a year, something like that. And so the question is, if you have like hundreds of thousands of dollars of expendable income on top of your life, instead of buying a Porsche, why wouldn't you help other people who were alienated from labor and doing poorly in the capitalist system? You can say that's an appeal to hypocrisy that doesn't exist because he can advocate for a system that is going to be better in the long term, even if he himself doesn't do anything with his individual wealth. But that's the criticism of Hasan, is instead of starting a cooperative business, he instead buys a Porsche. Instead of, working, buying a communal farm for people in the Pacific Northwest to live on and work and all that kind of crap, he goes to Coachella and parties with celebrities. Instead of, working with organizations in order to liberate, people who are actually engaged in, sexual slavery, he instead goes to Artemis, a brothel accused of sexual slavery, and he goes to a P. Diddy party where, while everybody's having orgies in the background, they're playing videos of children in sexually suggestive scenarios. So, the question is, why? Why don't your values kind of emanate more into your personal life and the way that you conduct yourself outside of your stream? I don't think that Hasan Piker has a good answer for that, which is why he says, like, yeah, you can be successful. Socialism isn't a poverty cult. So anyways, chat, you are more entertaining than Hasan Piker. So I'm actually going to engage with you instead because, oh my God. Gen X says, bro, generous. I would settle for mere life-sustaining social programs. Sure. If taxes go up more, he will he will move to Miami. I paved it on my own. I created political commentary and online politics. Yeah. Meanwhile, Destiny paved the way for him. Short Stack Goblin says, Connor, wait, you said moneyless. Are Trump and Trumpoids like Rob communists? They do want the U.S. to be moneyless? No, I would say that the redistributivism that you're seeing from the right at this point in reference to tariffs and weird taxation and all that kind of stuff, I would say it's actually, I don't think Trump is philosophically sophisticated enough to be an ideological fascist, but it's fascistic. He knows nepotism and cronyism. Asher Jean, you're going to have to tell me how to pronounce your last name. Genesius. Do you think Hasan will defend calling Israel a nation entirely comprised of inbred Messianic Orthodox psychopaths? No, he's going to back it off to saying that he's only talking about Kahanists and that he also wishes that Israelis weren't supportive of the Zionist project. Or do you think he lumped them in with the other inbred statements? He's just going to say, oh, I just meant Kahanists. Oh, I just meant Kahanists. That's my prediction. Tay says, oh, yay, psychic damage to start my day. So true. Commander Haircut says, that's the hilarious thing about class trader billionaires. They can get legitimately pissed that they can't spend their money fast enough on good causes. Listen, Gen Easy Us. Gen Easiest. Okay, I like that. Thanks. All right, anyways, we actually have to try to get through the content because if I pause Andy and just rant about how much I hate Hasan Piker, we're never going to get through to anything substantive.
And then this happened. This comment from Hasan really started to sound some alarms in my head.
If you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a capitalist party, which would surely exist.
Yeah.
What would you do if that party started gaining momentum?
The solution to that would always be education and offering more
Re-education?
re-education, certainly. Yeah. There should be an enforcement mechanism.
Yeah, education. Here, I'll give you an example. What to do with the right-wing charlatans who are anti-vaxxers and unimaginably racist. I am a firm and committed believer in rehabilitation. And because I am a firm and committed believer in rehabilitation, I believe everyone can be rehabilitated, including right-wing reactionaries. So if you can understand that from the perspective of like getting your parents who are brain broken by insane right-wing sentiment coming back to reality through the process of education, then you can understand exactly what I'm talking about. The problem is this is red baiting to be like, oh, this is red terror. He wants to do re-education. Now, of course, many of the conversations that we had as friends and podcast co-hosts at this point are now being utilized in a nefarious way to say, oh, he really scared me with this one. Let's take a look.
And in that enforcement mechanism, I think like rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well.
If putting capitalists in re-education camps isn't disturbing enough,
This is, again, very scary. It does not mean he said capitalists on horribly racist. No, my point is you can understand the importance of education in that regard, right? Because a capitalist is not going to gain incredible amounts of momentum, but a capitalist might actually do crimes in the process. And if that happens, then yes, education and rehabilitation is absolutely a necessity. It is a far more preferable outcome than actually throwing someone into, as Ethan Klein claims here, camps. I never said camps. He said camps. Notice how he's guiding the conversation in the aftermath without me being able to respond to lead you to believe that I want concentration camps.
Started to note if putting capitalists in re-education.
Okay. Trying to steel man and argue with things, but I'm starting to think that Hasan actually has an 80 IQ. Okay. So education, anti-vaxxers and racists. So I'm pretty sure that Hasan Piker would argue that Fox News is effectively a propagandist tool of capitalism in order to get people to be more racist and anti-vax and conspiratorial. So in an ideal socialistic society that Hasan Piker would approve of, I believe that Fox News would be banned. So we would eliminate Fox News and its ilk, Newsmax, all that kind of stuff. Those would be banned. So we would lose freedom of conscience, freedom of speech. The First Amendment would go right out the window. Then he says that he loves rehabilitation, and he uses the example of my parents, okay? So let's just, my parents are not Fox News consumers, but let's just say that my parents are like rabid Fox News consumers, all right? So what he's saying is you have to re-educate them or educate them, meaning that my parents would be compelled by the state in order to go to some like socialist, progressive night class in order to unlearn their racism and in order to unlearn their conspiracism. All right. So you're talking about, hey, you're either going to get a ticket or go to jail, or you can go to this night class in which will tell you the progressive orthodoxy and leftist orthodoxy. And then he's saying this is red baiting and red terror. Well, I've seen in other clips where Hasan Piker has defended or apologized or sanitized the Uyghur genocide in Western China. So if you look at, let's do this real quick. Geopoll time. Uyghur. Okay, where do I think it's Xinjiang, right? So China maps. So let's find Xinjiang. This area right here, Xinjiang, is where a majority of the Uyghurs are. Okay, it's not as densely populated as the coast of China, but there's obviously a population base here, and also China is expanding westward with like suburbs and businesses and all that kind of stuff because they want to be able to effectively colonize this territory, which has been predominantly populated by the Uyghurs and by Tibetans in the south, right? So in Xinjiang, what they've been accused of is kidnapping all of the men and putting them into re-education camps, They've been accused of forcing Han men and Uyghur women who were raised Muslim into relationships by having the men live in their houses. They've been accused of eliminating Islam as their preferred religion. You can have your preference or hatred for that as you feel like it. And they've been accused of, if there's a political prisoner that they've put into their system, China has been credibly accused of effectively killing political prisoners in order to use their organs in the organ trade. So Hasan has laughed this off and said that this is all Western State Department propaganda. But if you look at, let's say, Chinese forced organ harvesting accusations, China blocking new film exposing state-sponsored organ harvesting, and then forced organ harvesting, it's like UN, human rights orgs, all that kind of stuff, right? So I would like to see Hasan credibly deal with this, but whenever we talk about the Uyghurs with Hasan, whenever we talk about China with Hasan, he does apologia. So why wouldn't we be assuming that Hasan is hiding his power level and that he actually is a red? He's actually a communist. He's actually a socialist. He doesn't care that the state is culturally genociding the Uyghur population, forcing Han Chinese and Uyghur women together, banning their religion, and then re-educating them the same way that he wants to re-educate my parents. Why wouldn't I assume that based off of his line of argumentation? So Ambivalent Bastard says, how could Israelis be Israelis and not supportive of the Zionist project? If you're Israel, you are the Zionist project. Like what? Well, Ambivalent Bastard, what I would say is that at minimum, Israelis could be more for freezing the borders, and therefore they would be less offensive Zionists. Bull Media Steel Dragon says, Connor, if Hasan can have a Nazi sword, you must get a Nazi chainsword. No, I'll have a normal Imperial chainsword. Thank you. My parents are absolutely unsalvageable. So Gen X, my question to you, because obviously we're trying to contend with Hasan Piker sanitizing his own perspectives. Do you think that your parents would be better if the state came, or do you think our society would be better if the state came in and the cops said, Mom and Dad, you have to go to progressive socialist night school or else you're going to jail? Sagers No says, yes, Hasan, I want my mom to stop being MAGA. I don't want her put in a camp until she reforms. Right. So the question is whether or not we want to live in a liberal, meaning a maximally free society, or if we want to live in an authoritarian society. And so far, it seems like Hasan, he doesn't, quote unquote, want the authoritarianism, but he'll do it if it's necessary. Right? Destiny should be re-educated. Yeah, exactly. Commander Haircut says, Hasan failing to understand that propaganda is not always false. True. You'd figure he'd have to know he openly calls himself a propagandist. Philip Coffey says, well, yeah, but I want to give them the benefit of the doubt that even if you're a propagandist, I am a propagandist in the sense that I shill for different organizations, even if they don't pay me. I shill for the military-industrial complex. I shill for American international hegemony. I shill for Americanism and liberalism and neoconservatism to a certain degree. I shill for republicanism and the Bill of Rights and all that kind of stuff. So I am a propagandist for the ideology of mixed economy capitalism and liberal democracy and republicanism. I am a propagandist in that regard. But just because I'm a propagandist, meaning that I have a bias towards these institutions, doesn't mean, and I fight for them and I try to make arguments on their behalf, does not mean that I'm not trying to represent reality as accurately as I can. So, just because Hasan is hyperbolic doesn't mean he's lying. He could still believe what he's saying while being hyperbolic. Ambivalent Bastard says, the group being victimized and also various journalists. China is genociding Uyghurs. Most leftists. China, are you doing this? China, no. Most leftists? See, they're not doing that. Yeah, exactly. Nerdity says, as someone who defends China insofar as general xenophobia goes, it's crazy to me how many people kowtow to the CCP. You can say it's unfair to listen to everything the U.S. says about China without sucking on Xi Jinping. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay with that. I still would prefer not to. If you're defending Chinese people and not the CCP, that's noble, even if I don't do so myself. Ironside says, I don't think people are unsalvageable. Different people require different approaches, and sometimes you can have to be an a-hole to get through to certain people. Exactly. Literally shilling liberal democracy. Yes, actually. So Philip Coffey says, referring to Hasan, in case it wasn't clear, Hasan does what he calls agitprop, meaning he's trying to do what amounts to accelerationism. Yeah, agitated propaganda. Me too, but for mixed economy capitalism and liberal republicanism. Difference is you're not masking your opinions to funnel people to more extreme ideology. Well, let's just say that managed democracy, the Helldivers universe, I would unironically enjoy being in a managed democracy. Of course, I would actually want there to be democratic elements of the society, not just AI voting the way that they think they want you to vote, but liberal Republican patriotism. I would enjoy. Anyways, shill time. I parasocially love you guys for being here. We already have 50 people. We're only like 40 minutes into the show. Like the stream. That way other people know that we're live. They'll come in. They'll hang out with us. They'll have a good time. Hopefully Hasan Piker will make more substantive points, and then we can fight him on those substantive points. If you do want to become a member, we do have YouTube memberships. Sometimes super chats are expensive. If you're giving $5, $10, $20 a day, eventually you run out of money, right? You got to buy groceries. You got to pay your bills. You got to do all that kind of crap. If you become a member, then you can pay $5, $10 a month, and you don't have to feel guilty about it. You can also gift memberships to other people, and you can just be like, oh yeah, I give him $5 a month. He's doing good work, blah, blah, blah. Alternatively, if you do have money burning a hole in your pocket, then go ahead and do a super chat or gift subscriptions or memberships. I parasocially love you guys. Thank you for being here. Let's continue the content.
Camps isn't disturbing enough. I started to notice that Hasan was carrying a lot of water for communist states' war crimes and genocides.
What do you call Crimea? I call it a part of Russian territory, bitch. That's what I call Crimea. I call it Crimea River, a Russian river. The annex.
Is he going to respond to the actual full context here? I suspect not. Is he going to actually broach the subject matter even a little bit? Probably not. Let's see.
Annexation of Crimea is absolutely a justifiable annexation. Tibet was literally a fucking feudal.
Okay. Nope. Just moving on. Got it. Okay.
Ooh, are we going to get geopolitical analysis? I'm excited.
Russian communism is hilarious. Russia, as I have maintained over and over again, is an irredentist kleptocracy. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is unjustifiable. There are a million different moments where I have described this process. I have fundraised for Ukrainian refugees to the tune of $200,000 after the invasion of Ukraine. I do not believe that Russia is a communist country at all. It is an authoritarian kleptocracy. Why is he presenting this? Why is he presenting this information as though I believe Russia is actually in the right here? There is a difference that I have maintained over and over again. Russia's annexation of Crimea. Russia has a profoundly important military base in Sevastopol that it actually had a loanership agreement over with Ukraine even before it actually overtook Crimea. But there's a difference between the annexation of Crimea and what took place in the aftermath of said annexation of Crimea versus what Russia is doing in Ukraine right now. Okay? As far as my stance on this, there's no defense of Russia taking any additional land, okay? This is a ridiculous act. And I have maintained the position that Crimea, throughout its historical process under the USSR, even before then, has been Russified. This is precisely the reason why Western Poles, not even like the Russian annexation and the subsequent quote unquote democratic process that took place, but the pre-Russian annexation before Russia's military incursions in eastern Ukraine as well, people that lived in Crimea were rather sympathetic to Russia already. This is part of the reason why Russian annexation of Crimea, while still unjustifiable under international rights and international humanitarian law, was done without a single shot being fired in the process. That's why I always separate Crimea and the annexation of Crimea as opposed to the completely ridiculous and incredibly violent invasion of Ukraine. In the aftermath of the annexation of Crimea, Ukraine shut off the waterways into Crimea by damming the waterways that were designed under the USSR into Crimea, making Crimea even reliant on Russian, making Crimea basically reliant on Russia. If this in and of itself, beyond the unjustifiable land extraction, land annexation, outside of the fact that the land annexation is still unjustifiable, if there was an opportunity for Ukraine to be able to salvage Crimea, it would have taken place already. Okay? I don't know why people still try to I don't know why people still try to relitigate this process when Donald Trump has already offered Crimea with a legalized annexation to Russia. Now, as far as Tibet,
slave mandate.
So hold up. Y'all actually hate. Yeah, y'all actually hate this take, but I'm going to say 70%. I feel like is based in reality. So I actually like the word irredentist. I'm going to give props for that. Irredentist, I never have heard that word used before. I Googled it. It's somebody who wants to restore their former territory, I guess. So that's a great word. He also calls Russia an authoritarian kleptocracy. You've probably heard me say that dozens of times. So I'm not just going to disagree with the man just because I hate him, right? Then he mentions that it's logical for Russia to maintain the Crimean bases at Sevastopol. It's geopolitically important to them. Crimea was taken over without a single shot. I feel like that's a little bit of Russian sweeping. Like, obviously, there's plenty of authoritarian dictators that took over without a shot being fired. Like, I don't think he would make that point with Bukele. Bukele was popularly the El Salvadoran president. He was elected. He's very popular, and yet he's violating human rights, keeping people in prison, et cetera, et cetera. He's also dropped the homicide rate by 95%, but I don't think that he would have this much charity to Bukele because he's an authoritarian right-winger instead of an authoritarian left-winger. So I feel like that's a little bit of standardization, but that's fine. I also think with Donetsk and Luhansk, you can make the same arguments that you did with Crimea, where they did referendums within their territories that said that they wanted to join Russia or be independent republics. And so as a result, he's logically justifying the annexations by Russia while still saying they're bad. That's not the worst crime in the world. And then Ukraine cut off water to Crimea, and then he just kind of loses the plot and goes on to, if Ukraine was going to take back Crimea, they would have already. And so this is what I'm wondering. As a streamer, do I just need to get like my millionaire dad in order to support my media career for 2 or 3 years, and I can just rant about geopolitics for like 7 hours a day, and then people will think that because I use the word irredentist, I'm smart? Is that what I need to do? Because apparently this is like the keys to success, is just haphazardly ranting about geopolitics. This isn't substantive. It isn't coherent. It's not insightful. It's like a regurgitation of geopolitical facts. I guess that's cool that Hasan can make a living doing this, but there wasn't much of a point here. He just kind of like recited vague Russian, Ukrainian historical talking points. Good job with irredentist, though. I'm happy he used irredentist.
Autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. We talk about the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever, but like that's not far from the norm in fucking normal Tibetan existence before the Communist Party came in and
China unilaterally took over Tibet.
Hold on, you guys are doing a better job at reacting than I am. Sacred Snow says, Hasan would never make this argument for Native Americans or in 50 years if Israel occupies Palestine for a few decades. He's basically saying if you normalize ethnic cleansing in an area long enough and move your people in so much that the local population is pro-secession, that the secession is justified. Listen, I agree with Hasan, okay? We cannot do land back, okay? we cannot give Native American territories back because we have invested so much money in the time and infrastructure of the military bases within the United States of America that it is impossible to do land back for Native Americans, right? I agree with Hasan. The United States has a right to exist as it presently does because we've annexed it, we've taken it over. Most Americans want to live here, and we have military interests in the United States of America. So perfect. Perfect, Hasan. You've justified the United States of America. I love it. Jonah Boy says, get sponsored by the military industrial complex. Yeah, we need to get like Raytheon. We need to get Raytheon and Lockheed Martin to become official sponsors of the channel. Iridentist makes me think of an irradiated dentist. Yeah, it's like when he turns on the x-ray machine and then he runs behind the wall. Conservative liberalism says the problem is the cultural differences in Ukraine are more than a generation or two old. You can go back 1,000 years and see how Ukraine has been left-right schism. Sure. It's geopolitically complex. I don't mind his analysis so far, but the question is, so then what? Right? So he got accused of sanitizing Russia's position. Then he regurgitated a bunch of random geopolitical facts about the Ukrainian-Russian war. And then he kind of sanitized Russia's position, but not to the point that he said that it was good. Okay. There's not much to do with that information, okay? C-Dub says, you might not be doing a show with her anymore, but maybe Brianna can cover your living expenses as you become more erudite. Maybe. I'll ask. Yeah. Ambivalent Bastard says, whether that's right or wrong doesn't really change the reality of it. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Ambivalent Bastard, I'm not saying that this is morally justified, but you'll hear me say this throughout the streams, is that there's the town. I always forget the name of the town. I should Google it. But basically, Athenian army wipes out a town. The civilians say, why did you do that? And an Athenian general says, the powerful do as they can and the weak suffer what they must. That's not a moral statement of good and bad. That's a geopolitical statement of power. Ironside says, I would be okay with giving them Oklahoma. Place is a poop hole, and I don't want Oklahomans in this union. Bigotry towards Oklahomans. Well, apparently there's a bunch of petroleum in there, which is why Oklahoma was annexed. So Silver Jacket Man says, so the Dalai Lama says, suck my tongue and gets a Nobel Peace Prize. I do it and I get slapped. Where's the justice? Well, yeah, I mean, I guess we're agreeing with Hasan a lot today. Oh, geez. We're being bad.
Like,
Well,
these are
their culture. They basically are trying to,
no one's culture is slavery. I don't know why. Like, he brought up culture. There is no slavery culture here. From a Western perspective, this immediately rings alarm bells. Where it's like, well, you're making the British Empire had to permanently occupy India because they all have had a barbaric culture or whatever, or that the United States of America had to tame the savages. That is not the argument here at all. Okay, that is not my argument at all. And while there are issues with the continued sovereignty over Tibet that China has had, Tibet being a part of the Chinese empire in perpetuity and having some semblance of autonomy throughout even the nationalist process, and certainly under Mao as well, has been the same thing since the fucking 19th century. It was the Tibetans themselves that wanted to rise up against the feudal land ownership. It wasn't simply just Chinese annexation and occupation. It was actually an abolition of serfdom in Tibet. This is no different than other Han Chinese areas that were previously occupied by the nationalist forces, where once the Maoist forces took over, a lot of the peasant class that was under the rulership and even fought alongside the nationalist forces defected. The reason as to why they defected was because they wanted to restructure Chinese society completely. Because when faced with these two options of working with Mao, working alongside Mao, and rewriting the rules of Chinese land ownership, they, of course, chose a universalized land ownership structure rather than going back to the nationalist-dominated previous landlord ruling over the peasant class structure that they existed under. It is not different. What happened in Tibet is also not different. What happened afterwards is, that is a certainty, because Tibetans still, as far as I understand, maintain a lot of love and a lot of support for the existing Dalai Lama, regardless of the fact that the CIA actually used that to their advantage, gave a lot of money to the Dalai Lama. It doesn't matter. Tibetans like the Dalai Lama. That's it. Okay? And there are contemporary issues in Tibet right now as far as Tibetan sovereignty, Tibetan culture, and these are still significant problems. But if we're talking about the way that the Chinese annexation of Tibet took place, it's not the same as China coming in and taming the barbaric Tibetans. Tibetan serfs did not want to be serfs. They did not want to continue existing within the peasant structure where they were being dominated by landlords, their landowners.
Homogenize the culture.
If your culture,
They're trying to squell the religion and the identity.
the part of feudal warlords and slavery, abolishing that, yes, I do think that is good.
No, China did them a favor.
This is a good way to describe Taiwan as well. The American federal government going into the fucking South and killing, unfortunately not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government
Tibet was a separatist.
that squashed, okay?
Tibet is the South in the Civil War?
Yes.
All right. I know some Chinese history. I don't know I thought he was going to have more than that, but apparently not. That's okay. We can analyze it. So Chinese history, I'll try not to go too broad with it, but Chinese history was filled with by the imperial system. They had the Chinese Empire, I think 1,000 years before Christ. So they have almost 3,000 years of continuous history. They had a merit-based governmental system. And China also, they had main character syndrome. They thought they were the center of the world because they were so rich in so many different products that effectively everybody came to them for trade, not just regionally, but in the medieval era, the Ottomans and the Europeans, they sent trade, like merchant caravans across the Silk Road in order to get to China, in order to get access to Chinese wealth, right? So China had main character syndrome up through the 19th century, where they thought they were the most powerful thing. But as a result, they culturally stagnated, and the imperial system did rely on effectively like a feudal system of landlords, of warlords, of regional dictators, of regional bureaucrats. And so what happened in the 19th century with the beginning of the century of humiliation, European powers that had gotten better weapons compelled China in order to bend the knee to the international global commercial order. And so it's unsurprising to me that when Japan invaded, this is World War II now, when Japan invaded and helped shatter the nationalist government, the KMT, led by Chiang Kai-shek, that had to flee to the island of Taiwan, that there was a peasant rebellion that sympathized with the espoused principles of communism. Now, what Hasan is kind of leaving out is the fact that immediately after, Mao launched into some of the most economically disastrous projects that have ever befallen humanity that killed tens of millions of people. So, we're kind of ignoring some of the bad things that the Chinese government did. That there was also even told to me by a communist professor who was teaching in the United States. She said effectively, like, the legacy of Mao is 70% good, 30% bad, because of the 1970s Cultural Revolution, where hundreds of thousands of people were killed for thought crimes, because of the Great Leap Forward that probably accidentally, killed and starved to death millions of people, and also because Mao, when he created a human-caused famine, he chose to feed the districts that were loyal to him and starve to death his opponents. So we're kind of ignoring all of that history, but since Hasan is kind of a tanky apologist, I guess I don't expect him to launch into a passionate rant about how communism sucks while he's haphazardly describing geopolitical reality. So, again, this is kind of a haphazard geopolitical analysis, but you know what? I'll take it. I like some geopolitics over none. And so I guess what he's arguing is that the serfdom, the imperial structure that the communists helped abolish, that the nationalists were perpetuating, is a form of slavery, and therefore that's what was necessary historically. I don't agree. I obviously would have I would have liked them to evolve into a different society than one that starved tens of millions of people to death. But, that's communist for you. They should have put a statue of Bush. Agreed. Silver Jacket Man says, at Counterpoints, mostly accurate. Also, the opium use pandemic in China at the same time was insane levels, like crazy high to the point it caused serious social degradation. Yeah, and that was partially imposed by the English. You can have plenty of criticism of European colonialism, and you could also have plenty of criticism of the nationalist government. Like even people who are sympathetic to the KMT, even people who are sympathetic to Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalist government, they still say that it was like a kleptocratic, crony capitalist, corrupt, oligarchy that did not take care of the peasant population. And just as an example, during World War II, when Japan was invading and it was like mass slaughtering Chinese folk, what ended up happening was the nationalists would say, not 1 inch further. This is the final battle. We're going to destroy the Japanese. We're going to win, and we're going to kick them out of this country. Ah! And then what would happen is the battle lines would be joined. The Japanese army would start getting like their teeth into battle a little bit. And then the Chinese generals would order a withdrawal. And that withdrawal would just like kill hundreds of thousands of people. Like the rape of Nanking was only possible due to Chinese nationalist army incompetence and the lack of stomach that the Chinese army had for defending its own people. Balmenia Steel Dragon says, yeah, but in those 1,000 years, they were farmers. Sure. Fake Runny Egg says, Chiang Kai-shek flooded China to prevent the communists from advancing, killing thousands. Maybe this is off the top as well. Yeah, no, Fake Runny Eggs, I think it was hundreds of thousands. So let's take a look. The Japanese Imperial Army was chasing the Chinese army. Chinese Nationalist Army floods China. The 1938 flood was caused by the destruction of the dikes near Kaifeng, Henan province by the Chinese nationalist forces under Chiang Kai-shek in an effort to halt the advance of the invading Japanese troops. Huanghe floods, death toll, and facts. Let's look at the death toll. I think it killed tens of thousands. Death and devastation. I don't want all the details. I just want the death toll. Huanghe floods. Wikipedia. Wikipedia always does a great job. However, the flood came at enormous human costs, economic damage, and environmental impact. In the immediate aftermath, 30,000 to 90,000 civilians drowned in the provinces of Hainan, Anhui, and Jiangsu, while a total of 400,000 to 500,000 civilians died from drowning, famine, and plague. So Chiang Kai-shek, we can meme on the Chinese Communist Party killing tens of millions of people in a famine, but the nationalists were still wildly incompetent and stupid to the point that they drowned 500,000 people or killed them through their incompetence because they were trying to delay a Japanese advance. Just absolute Chinese history. Somebody sneezes and tens of thousands of people die. It's crazy. Chinese history is just like that. It's like, there's a guy who claimed to be Jesus's brother. He started a rebellion against the imperial family. They fought a war for 5 years and 10 million people died. Like that's Chinese history. So basically very similar to Israel's hesitancy to spend IDF lives. Yeah, kind of. Ambivalent Bastard says, what I'm learning, China is a Warhammer nation with infinite soldiers and citizens. Kind of. They had mostly biplanes, I guess. They had infinite soldiers and the brilliance of the one-child policy. Well, I mean, that's after communism. You can't go without a P-40 for air support. Yeah, the Flying Tigers were really cool part of history. You know what they say? You can't make an omelet without killing 500,000 of your own. Dude, that's honestly like a Chinese proverb at this point. All right, anyways. The Chinese lore does go crazy. We have another haphazard, summary of this history. I don't feel like there's a substantive point here, but, that is what it is. Parasocial love to Grassroots Hegemon for the first dono of the day. Grassroots Hegemon says, I came here late and have a warm cup of coffee and come directly into mass civilian deaths by incompetence, and I suddenly know I'm home. Quentin Tarantino says, I'm an hour late. Well, Quentin Tarantino, I don't see you over on Valor. Dude, we are Grassroots Hegemon. Welcome home. So everybody give some love to Grassroots Hegemon. He's obviously one of the main supporters of the channel, but he has been going through a rough time at home, taking care of family, all that kind of stuff. So please share your love and good vibes with Grassroots Hegemon. He's taking care of business at home. Wait, what's Valor? I'll tell you momentarily. Silver Jacket Man says, wow, impressed Connor knew about Hong Shiquan, Jesus's bro. Yeah, wasn't that the White Lotus Rebellion? So wait, what's Valor? Yeah, Quentin Tarantino. So just explaining, we still have 50 people here live. Thank you kindly. Please like the stream. That way other people know that we're live. They come hang out and they have a good time with us as we break down all of this good content. Right now, I am live once a week on my home channel on Tuesdays, but I am actually live 5 days a week. I'm live from 9:30 to 2:30, Monday through Friday for the most part. And so if you type in Valor Media Network into your YouTube search bar, it's a channel created mostly by veterans and first responders who are trying to make better content that's better for the human soul. I, of course, break down schizophrenic, alternative media, politics crap, because I'm trying to get the schizos to come in to contend with my arguments. So hopefully that I become a better source of information than, let's say, Nick Fuentes, Hasan Piker, Andrew Tate, all that kind of stuff. That's my goal. So I have the most schizophrenic alt media politics content, but over there's also stuff like meditation and mindfulness content. There's also sports content. There's also news and current events analysis. There's, business advice and all that kind of stuff. So there's all sorts of good stuff if you're a man looking for wholesome content. But if you appreciate my flavor of schizophrenia, then instead of just watching me one time a week, you can watch me 5 times a week. So yeah, so type in Valor Media Network into your search bar. Conservative liberalism says, got to get some coffee and go with your napalm drenched civvies in the morning. True. Wait, what's Valor? All right, I just answered that. Been taking care of my 6-month-old, so I'm a little behind. No problem. The bigger the nation, the more worn the meat grinder. You are speaking truth. Don't share your love with me. That's gay. Okay, well, don't share your love with Grassroots Hegemon. Want to hold hands? Me either, you weirdo. Chicken soup for the liberal gigachads. Exactly. Bumbling bioengineer. Your knowledge of admiration is actually pretty good. Are you at all familiar with Blacklisted by History by M. Stanton Evans? I'm not, but I am a geopolitical and history nerd. Sacred Snow says, Qin Shi Huang was the best Huang for creating the death by 1,000 cuts in the Terracotta Army. Also, I'm pretty sure he was one of the first guys to try inoculating himself to poison. Super interesting. Chinese history goes hard, man. The only reason why I don't think that Chinese people are the main characters is because of their geopolitical location. So if you look at Eurasia, obviously the main characters are, Israel, and therefore all the Abrahamic religions, in my opinion, are the main characters. But China has a reason to think they're the main characters. And then I think that when it comes to the Americas, we're obviously the main characters because we have our own continent. And we are effectively standing on the lost continent of Atlantis. So I think we're the main characters, but I understand why China thinks they're the main characters. It's not gay if you're wearing boot bands, so no homo, Ironside. I have heard that. I've heard it's not gay if you wear boot bands. All right, continuing. In just summarizing what we've done so far, I've done haphazard geopolitical analysis of Hasan Piker's haphazard geopolitical analysis. but I don't think he's refuted a single thing. All he said is, when I was being hyperbolic, there was actually better geopolitical points under the surface. Here's a 2-minute haphazard geopolitical summary of the history of that location. But he doesn't refute the criticism that he here simped for China and here may have had callous and sanitized language for Russia. He hasn't refuted those points. He's just expanded on them.
Yes. The previous serfdom structure, and it's not Tibetan culture. I think it's like ridiculous to say it's like, I think this is akin to saying like black people in the South, it's just a part of their culture to be enslaved. That's not the case. Okay. That's not the case at all.
Grassroots for 10 says, don't share your love with me. Go adopt your dog or something. Actually adopt my dog. He's an actual gremlin, but very cute. Yes. Grassroots Touchamon is correct. Adopt dogs.
The reason why I try to use this analogy here is because it was initially an action of resistance against the the feudal serfdom structure in
Kay, thank you for the new membership. Much appreciated.
Tibet.
Yes.
And most disturbingly, a complete whitewashing of the Chinese genocide against their Muslim minority group, the Uyghurs.
Really,
Don't they have Uyghur death camps? Is that
it's not a death camp. They were re-education camps, and they are no longer in operation, according
true?
to the Associated Press.
Okay.
Everything I said here is correct. I don't know why he put this in the video. I assume he's not going to make an argument against this and instead simply claim that it's a genocide that took place and he's hiding it or something. I don't know. Let's see.
I saw this crazy documentary, and I don't know. I don't know the surrounding narrative or anything about it, but it was about there was doctors in the area. They would be able to procure organs.
No, no.
I'm telling you, they were in China with
that one is like Shen Yun.
Okay, so he saw a documentary this was the conversation that took place. I don't even remember the full details, but he's saying that he watched a documentary. I immediately suspected it's probably like a Falun Gong documentary. Falun Gong is a right-wing anti-Communist Party of China cult that's anti-miscegenation. They're the ones who also own Shen Yun and Epoch Times and numerous other media outlets that are super far right, and they work alongside the CIA. Having said that, this does not mean that there is no repression in Xinjiang. Of course, there is major repression in Xinjiang. There was a lot more major repression in Xinjiang, especially a couple of years ago. For those of you who don't know, there is an East Turkestan separation movement in Xinjiang. Okay? Some of the Uyghur Muslims, many of them also trained by the CIA, some of them are in Syria right now, wanted to separate from China, mainland China. In the process of enacting their separatist goals, there was a lot of knife crime, a lot of terror, and the Chinese government, in my opinion, completely, in the most ridiculous ways possible, enacted an unimaginably cruel regime of surveillance and also cultural erasure and also concentration camps, but re-education camps, where they claimed that these were simply vocational retraining schools, worked to actively and ruthlessly re-educate the Uyghur Muslims. Okay.
Why is he saying it?
They
like
bullied
that?
an entire population into submission. There was mass surveillance that took place, And also, I have never said that this was acceptable. I've never considered this to be appropriate. I am always critical of this. This is something that a lot of people get mad at me over because they say, where did you learn all that? Did you watch a documentary too? They'll say Adrian Zen's propaganda. It is still completely unacceptable. It's ridiculous.
Hold on. Dude, I don't know if he's like stupid. Is he just stupid? Because earlier, bear in mind, we're taking notes and we have an IQ higher than 80. He was talking about how Americans need to be re-educated by anti-vax, against like anti-vax and like racist attitudes, that he loves rehabilitation, that your parents are brain broken by right-wing media, that, you know, all that kind of stuff, that this is red baiting and red terror. But effectively, he was saying that, you know, Newsmax and Fox News consuming people, number one, Fox News and Newsmax, I'm presuming, need to be banned. So you're already like, you know, eliminating the First Amendment, freedom of conscience, freedom of speech. That's gone. So now you have an authoritarian central government who's determining what information you can and cannot consume. And then this is effectively, he's saying that any resistance to the CCP is colored by the CIA and right-wing psychos who are anti-government. So that already seems like the kind of people that need to be re-educated. Then he was saying the Uyghur Muslims were also trained by the CIA, which means that they're evil because they're, you know, resisting only because they've been brainwashed by the CIA. There were knife crime terror attacks, but then the government did what he wants to do to Americans. Why isn't this acceptable? Like, I understand that there's a conflict between his progressive values of supporting minorities, but why isn't the cultural erasure of Uyghur Muslims, like if Islam, which says that like atheism is the worst thing that you can do, and then China is a largely atheistic nation, and so the religion and the CCP are irreconcilable, why wouldn't the re-education camps be the solution? There's a cognitive dissonance here between his statements about re-education of Fox News and Newsmax consumers versus what he's criticizing in the Chinese government. I actually do not understand. I would actually love for him to explain. How do you reconcile? Did we say death camps? We meant happy camps. Dude, there's a lot of South Park references where you guys like flashbang me with South Park references. Like I'm pretty sure that's from South Park Bigger, Longer, and Uncut. And they're talking about like, you know, concentration camps for Canadians. Philip Coffey says, I have an extended household with 3 dogs and 5 cats. Lol. Yeah, dude, if you live rural, get a 1,500 square foot house with a quarter-acre lot and get as many animals as you can take care of while not breaking your household budgetarily. Ian Flux says, laugh my ass off. They're not. Interesting. Anti-communist cult, my guys. Dude, that actually, Bullmedia Steel Dragon, that's what we need to do. We need to create the anti-communist cult. Jonah Boy says, I have one and his name is Boomer, which is short for Boomerang, because I threw him out 50 times and he kept breaking back into my house. Aw, that's actually a great name. Uyghurs in the CIA, true. They keep showing up. Notice how he doesn't say genocide. Yeah. He gets all the way up to, what is it? Cultural erasure, right? Mass surveillance, cultural erasure, re-education camps, which this is 100% cultural genocide, but he's just not going to use the word, right? Inappropriate is such a weird way to use when describing mass murder. Well, in his defense, they didn't murder 95% of the Uyghur Muslim population. They just put them into a police state, erased their culture, and sent them to re-education camps. So, you know, they didn't kill them all. They just imprisoned their political opponents and then harvested their organs while re-educating the people who were salvageable. Hasan is just very comfortable and cognitive dissonant. I guess so. You think that there would be a difference? Communists just love the idea of re-educating wrong thinkers, so they stretch the applicability of the solution as far as they can. Yeah, but then where's the cognitive dissonance? Why isn't this acceptable? Asher Genesius says, take a double shot when on the rare occasion Hasan criticizes his own side. He calls it inappropriate or unacceptable. I wonder what he would call cultural erasure in Palestine. Curious. Yeah, 100% he would call it genocide. Grassroots Touchdown for $10. Thank you for the donations, King. China is a really good example of the state actually trampling religion, and it's sort of the counterfactual that the founding fathers wanted to warn against. Well, yeah, this is actually the point. So sorry, I need to launch into a passionate defense of liberal republicanism and democracy and mixed economy capitalism. So mixed economy capitalism is effectively liberalism applied to the market. All right. You are maximally free to do trade as long as you are not violating laws. So capitalism is kind of liberalism in reference to economics, right? Then liberalism is the maximum liberty for citizens as long as they're not violating laws that, you know, harm the public good, so to speak. And so liberalism and capitalism are kind of like peanut butter and jelly. They kind of go hand in hand. Mixed economy capitalism means we need to take some of that wealth and we need to redistribute it back into the population in order to have a happy, healthy society. And then same thing with laws. If liberalism or if anarchy is maximal freedom, where literally no one tells you what to do ever, then liberalism is the belief that the state has the right to legislate some issues, because if you let them get out of hand, it's going to destroy the entire society. So for me, republicanism and liberalism and mixed economy capitalism are kind of like the perfect centrist viewpoint to simultaneously give human beings maximal freedom, but also make sure that you rein in the externalities. Whereas it seems like when you concentrate the power in a communist authoritarian government that has no checks on its power and it believes that it's doing the right thing through re-education, then you get mass surveillance, cultural erasure, and re-education camps, which is a form of cultural genocide. So my question to Hasan Piker, which I do not expect an answer on, but I would love it if he ever responded to this, is you think that socialism and communism are the way for humanity to progress technologically and culturally and all that kind of stuff. What are the checks against the power and abuses of the CCP? What are the checks against the power of the Soviet Union? What are the checks against the Khmer Cambodia in order to prevent like mass slaughter and all that kind of stuff? So you're advocating for a system that doesn't have checks and balances. So how would you stop these things? When in China, if you yourself said mass surveillance, cultural erasure, and re-education camps are bad, you yourself would be disappeared. Why are you arguing for this system when apparently it does bad things all the time? Grassroots says, we kind of have the same issue, but it runs the other way in the US a lot of the time. Interesting. Sacred Snow says, I don't think it's cognitive dissonance. It seems like obfuscation. It could be. He could be so dumb that he doesn't know either way. I don't know. Sacred Snow says, which is why he describes ethnic cleansing to a T and not call it that. Yep. Quentin Tarantino says, has he ever called out the Turkish for their genocide? Because if he hasn't, it really explains why he picks and chooses he deems genocide and what he doesn't. I've never heard him talk about the Armenian genocide, but I think that he is far enough away from it that he could criticize it without getting backlash. Grassroots Hegemon says, Commander Haircut, I mean, I describe it as terrorism and I'm significantly to Connor's right. I'm not sure what you guys are talking about. The Uyghurs 100% did knife crime terrorism. There was one subway stabbing that was like 100 killed people. And like, so it's not fighting jihadism that I have a problem with. That's not what I criticize the CCP for. Knife terrorist attack, China. So in 2014, a knife-wielding terror group attacked passengers at Kunming railway station in China, resulting in 31 deaths and 143 injuries. The attackers were part of a singular terror cell associated with Sunni extremists in Xinjiang separatists. The group, consisting of 6 men and 2 women, were neutralized after the arrests of the 3 suspects. Yeah. So this is probably one of the worst attacks, and I'm happy. I'm sad that 31 people got stabbed to death and 143 people injured. I'm happy that it wasn't worse. I'm happy that it wasn't suicide bombing or AK-47s or any of that kind of stuff, but just as equally could have happened. Now, the question is, does this behavior justify cultural genocide? Because if so, I'd like to tell you about a little place called Israel-Palestine. Bud123 says, we aren't going to have communist MAGA freedom cities. Ugh, bruh, MAGA is driving me crazy right now. Conservative liberalism says, why do they argue for it when it keeps producing bad results? Haven't you heard the grass is always greener? I guess, but you need to resolve these cognitive dissonances or else I'm not going to take you seriously. Oh, I have quite a lot less sympathy now. Yeah, Uyghurs absolutely did terrorism, 100%. My brain assumed it was one turbo psycho stabbing all those people. Well, that happened too. But there was one large concerted terrorist attack. Anyways, all right, let's move into the content. But the point is that there's irreconcilable cognitive dissonance within Hasan Piker's brain, and I don't know if he's a propagandist and a liar or if he's stupid.
What I'm doing here against Ethan is recognizing the truth of the matter. So let's take a look.
In
They're like, we could
Falun
get you an organ from a Uyghur. But why is that? Is that really that crazy?
The Associated Press quietly fucking wrote an article that didn't get a lot of coverage in mainstream media about how, like, okay, well, all the concentration camps have been closed now. It's like all the re-education camps are closed now in fucking Xinjiang, and it's like very different vibes in Xinjiang. And now, it's the tourism hour.
Let's see what the Associated Press actually had to say.
Why is China invading Tibet to end slavery different than the Spanish invading Aztecs or supporting those groups who existed under Aztec oppression and West African slavery and the British? Yeah, really simple. It's because they fought alongside the Tibetan communists and then they fucked them over in the process, but they initially fought alongside the Tibetan Maoist movements. That's the difference.
Listen, I get this is geopol, I get this is history analysis, but I think this is so funny because the colonial Spanish didn't just attack. Oh no, Hasan. No, Hasan. Your history. Your sense of history is off. I almost guarantee you, did Native Americans ally with Spanish conquistadors? Yes, many Native American groups allied with Spanish conquistadors during the colonization of the Americas. These alliances were often strategic, with natives seeking to gain an advantage against their own rivals or to resist Aztec rule. So, listen, you could say that they were all communist or whatever, but I don't think that you can use indigenous populations align with the colonizing force in order to justify whether or not a movement is good. Same thing. Did Indians ally with the British, in India? And the obvious answer is yes. Yes, Indians did ally with the British, particularly in the context of the British Indian Army and the British East India Company's rule. Yeah, so dude, just because locals work with, just because locals work with the invading forces doesn't make them somehow morally justified. Grassroots Hegemon, thank you, King, always being the backbone of the channel. And thank you, Kingslayer Damocles, for the donation. I'll get to it momentarily. Hasan does not talk about the Armenian genocide because it confuses his Family Guy paint swatch metric of all politics. Right, wrong is all determined by your skin color, which is psychotic for the Middle East and Asia. Yeah. I'm sure he's like, it's unacceptable. The Armenian genocide was bad and unacceptable. They wanted to stop Aztec flower wars. I would have to Google that. Hasan's problem is he knows his audience will accept it's out of context as a refutation of the points he makes. Yeah, probably. But that's what frustrates me. Bear in mind, this guy has like 10,000 live viewers every single day. How do none of them, like Cloud District Enjoyer asks a question and then Hasan is going to give a response and that's it? There's not going to be further discussion about why it's hypocritical. I very much doubt that there's going to be any further conversation about how, wait, isn't this technically apologia that could be used by European colonialists to justify their actions? I don't think that's going to get dug into substantively in the next, 20 minutes of content.
That's it. You're also comparing a foreign invasion coming in to the Aztecs thousands of miles away to an autonomous region that was already under Chinese rulership, and the previous Chinese rulership did just simply overlooked the structure of serfdom. They didn't give a shit. They were like, yeah, the Dalai Lamas can do whatever they want. They want to fucking chop an ear off? That's great. That is the real problem here, because it's not like Tibet was not under a autonomous part of China. It was an autonomous region that was still under Chinese rulership. It's just that the previous Chinese empires did not care about what the fuck they were doing to the Tibetan serfs, to the Tibetan peasant class. And also on top of that, even the Nationalist Party did not care.
Yeah, one of the hardest movies ever is called Apocalypto. I don't know if you guys have ever seen it, but Apocalypto is a Mel Gibson flick that starts out really cool. It's like tribal life in Central America before before the arrival of the Spanish. And effectively, it's a family getting isolated. Their village is murdered, and like a whole bunch of people are taken for human sacrifice by like the local Aztec Empire. And then they go through like a really graphic sacrifice scene, and then there's like some sun thing happens. I think there's like an eclipse, and so they decide to release the prisoners as like a symbol of like the god's blessing. But as they're releasing the prisoners, they start hunting the prisoners, and then the main character escapes them hunting him and kills one of the guards who was hunting him. And so as a result, the rest of the movie is like this really intense foot chase running battle with Aztec weapons. It's actually like a really, really, really dope movie. And it kind of lionizes the main character and like pre-colonial, indigenous civilization, I guess. But then what ends up happening is the Spanish arrive, and then the indigenous flee the Spanish at the end of the movie. But I just think it's really a cool movie. And I think the Aztecs, what's funny is whenever you're looking at history, people are sometimes less savage than they're portrayed in films, and sometimes they're more savage than they're portrayed in films. And so as a result, did it have this like really like vicious religious supremacist slaughter of all of these slaves that they had? And then when you look at Aztec history, it's like, well, were they really that brutal, and were they really that awful? And it seems like, based off of our anthropological, is that like the study of history or the study of like ruins and stuff, through anthropological research, it's like, yeah, the Aztecs were that bad. Like the rest of the Native Americans might not have been that bad, like the surrounding tribes, but the Aztecs specifically were like, yeah, they loved human sacrifice. They thought it was like the coolest thing ever. It's pretty crazy. But who are we white people to criticize their culture? Yeah. To this day, I still remember the hog testicle scene. Yeah, that was funny. Wait, are you talking about Apocalypto? I am. It's historically more accurate than Bone Tomahawk. Yeah, Bone Tomahawk, another one that's crazy. It's essentially the most dangerous game, Aztec Edition. Yeah, it was such a good movie. Commander Haircut says, all you got to do to understand the Aztecs is play Civilization 6 with an Aztec AI and watch them try to murder you within the first 30 turns. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but Eric Dom said it's more historically accurate, and then Quentin Tarantino says, no baloney, it's more accurate than Bone. Yeah, Bone Tomahawk is effectively like The Hills Have Eyes, Native American edition. So yeah, yeah, I believe so. Quentin Tarantino says there's a reason why the Aztecs fell so easily. Yeah, and it's because everybody else hated them, right? Every minor tribe under their rule turned on them when the Spanish became the cruelty of the Aztec. Yeah. Magnus Manhammer says, I gotta watch it. You sold me. It's an excellent film. You'll have a good time. Give the first like 30 minutes, because they do kind of like set up with like a hunting scene and some comedy and some family and all that kind of stuff. Get past that stuff. The second the Aztec warriors show up in order to kidnap the villagers, it's like on. The surrounding 60 to 90 minutes are just brutal and intense. It's so good. Yeah, I'm 90% sure that it was in the thousands. I'll take a look at it. If the art is like a temple and a Native American guy, yeah, it's 2006. 100%. Pull that. It's great. Best Mel Gibson movie ever. I'm sure Christians would argue Passion of the Christ, but I do think that it's pretty solid. All right. All right, let's continue. I need to use a restroom, but enjoy Hasan Piker. He's going to share with you some geopolitical wisdom. while I use the restroom and get a water refill. I'll be back in 120 seconds.
Care about that same exact landlord slash feudal serfdom structure that existed in Tibet. That's a major difference, don't you think? That's a major historical difference. Having said that, however, I think that there are still many issues in terms of not giving enough autonomy to Tibet or not cherishing certain aspects of Tibetan culture, Tibetan language. This is a real problem in China. This is a real issue in China, okay? And then there's the second side of this, in terms of the historical, reference point, because you're failing to understand my point here. You said the Spanish fought alongside the anti-Aztec local fighters with the majority of the fighters. Tibet was loosely under Chinese rulership, but never Sinicized. I know. I'm not saying that the Sinicization of Tibet is the appropriate measure. I'm saying it's actually the part that I'm critical of is precisely that. But what you fail to comprehend here is that what came in the aftermath of this was not a reassertion of the same serfdom structure. They didn't do that. They didn't just go back to the land rulership structure in Tibet, but now with Chinese ownership. Do you see what I mean? And also the relationship between Tibet and Chinese sovereignty is, of course, entirely different than the relationship between colonial Spanish occupation over the Aztecs. There is not hundreds of years of being under Chinese rulership despite having autonomy. And also what happened to the aftermath of that is important, don't you think? There wasn't slavery of the Tibetan masses conducted by the Communist Party of China. Anyway, Hasan, I can see the fear in your eyes. Maybe we should call it on the content nuke. That's so funny. All of these people that have been begging for me to watch this are now finally coming in to be like, you shouldn't watch this, actually. I feel like you're afraid. Yeah.
Dead air.
Anyway, let's keep going.
Let's go, bro.
Yeah, I'm still being a coward
to say about this. These are all AP articles from the last 2 years.
It's also ignoring that Spain practiced slavery in Mexico. Like it would be the same if China. It would be the same if, yes, China went in, okay, no collaboration whatsoever, no demands whatsoever from Tibetan Maoists and Tibetan communists that wanted to rid themselves of the antiquated practice of serfdom that was incredibly violent, incredibly brutal. Okay. And instead, instead just reformed that exact same societal structure.
Listen, I'm appreciative of the memes, and also since Hasan Piker is the world's most, one of the world's most popular streamers, hey, chair react every now and then, right? Got to let the content flow. And since it's Hasan Piker content in particular, I feel even less guilty about chair react. But there are, like, Steven, I swear to God, he doesn't stand up for like 8 hours. He just sits there and he doesn't do anything. And it's like, man, I hydrate, right? Like I drink water. I eat food. I have biological functions, and I probably don't think it's good to ignore your biological functions for 8 hours. So, yeah. But Mr. Bombastic says, at Counterpoints, have you seen the Northman movie? You'll love it. To be honest, I need to break that down. So actually, I do have something cool to share with you guys. So not only am I streaming 25 hours a week, which is awesome, we're breaking them up into segments where I have a good editor who's posting the VODs to the main channel, to the Counterpoints channel. That way you guys will have daily content. It'll be these live streams. It'll be 3 or 4 hours of breakdown, whatever. And then so that content is going to keep flowing because we're going to build up an excellent backlog, an excellent library, and hopefully between the ad revenue, Grassroots Hegemon, and our other very kind donors, in 6 months' time, we'll have enough momentum and AdSense and super chats in order to be full-time. So that's good news number one. Good news number two is that one of the projects that they want me to do is something called Valor Reacts. I have my window thing, so I'll be fixing the lighting probably tonight, to be honest. And so we're working on 2 projects that are pre-recorded content. One of them is Valor Reacts. So we're going to break down movies like The Northman, like Troy, like Act of Valor, like Warfare, like SEALs, like, you know, name an action film that vaguely involves conflict. And we're going to try to get either laymen such as myself or subject matter experts, and we're going to break that stuff down similar to the way that I do my Warhammer content. So I think that's going to be banging ass content. And so we're going to do that. Then the other content that we're going to do is something, right now it's a tentative title, but we're going to do something called War Lore. So Ken, my boss, who works, he's running the Valor Project and he works for Midas Touch. He is friends with the guys who made Mail Call with Gunnery Sergeant R. Lee Ermey. Gunnery Sergeant R. Lee Ermey unfortunately passed in the past decade, but effectively all of his friends are friends of Valor. And so we brought up the concept of bringing back Mail Call, where you have like a question in chat or in the comment section or whatever, and then you use that in order to go get documentary footage and then break down an answer to that question. And so I created the script for the first episode of that new show related to Vietnam tunnel rats, but they have archival footage from World War I into the Persian Gulf War. And I think they have over 10,000 hours worth of documentary footage. So the goal is going to be to use community engagement in order to create a new Mail Call style show that's breaking down all of the lore of military conflict in the 20th and 21st centuries. So that is fire content that we're working on in the background. So obviously live streaming, you know, we want to keep the content pumping, but we're also working on pre-recorded content in the background that I think is going to be very good. So Tech Sergeant John Chapman would be a good subject. Is that the Medal of Honor winner who got abandoned, but then he kept fighting for like another 10 minutes after he was abandoned? Because that would be cool. Quentin Tarantino says Connor liked hath returned. True. Connor Piker hath returned. True. It's because Destiny is a literal degenerate. Jeez, that's rude. He gets a Red Bull every few hours. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. That's probably horrible for your body. Maybe he has a piss bottle. I actually wonder if he has a piss bottle. I couldn't call it sitting. I might call it collapsing, maybe. Northman is the worst of his movies. Interesting. Autonomous is self-governed. How can something be autonomous and governed by an outside force simultaneously? I think that would be like the Imperium of Man, where planets are autonomous insofar as they have sovereignty over their planet, but they still have to pay tithes or taxes to the outside world. And that's the same thing with China from my perspective in history. It's a tributary system. China did not, in my cursory understanding of Chinese politics, China did not occupy Southeast Asia with their armies for prolonged periods of time, but they did have a tributary system where if you wanted military or commercial support from China, like Imperial China, you had to pay them taxes. So it was effectively like taxes without support unless it's an emergency, right? Commander Haircut says, Grassroots Hegemon, he doesn't seem terribly self-aware, so I wouldn't be shocked if he hadn't realized how bad his body of work looked. Lol. True. Quentin Tarantino says, it wasn't that good in my opinion, and I love Old English. Okay. Well, I'll still watch it just for the violence. I'm so freaking excited for the war movie breakdowns. Me too. Ball Media Steel Dragon says EFAT Boomer Edition. Yeah, but we're not going to take 12 hours to break something down. I'm going to try to keep it narrated. Have you thought about doing gun stuff? Yeah, of course, Ensort, but, you know, let's just face it, okay? Most days, Grassroots Hegemon, who I parasocially love and has been very kind and very generous, he's like 50%, 60% of my donors. And so I cannot rely on just the generosity of Grassroots Hegemon to keep the channel alive. We need the AdSense revenue. We need people to check out the VODs. We need people to like stuff. We need people to donate, et cetera, in order to generate cash. Live streaming is an economy of scale. And so 50 people can't really, no offense, I parasocially love each and every single one of you for being here. 50 people can't support a career, right? 1,000 can support a career. 2,000 can support a career. But in order to do that, you have to show up, you have to be live, you have to do the work, et cetera, et cetera. So if after 6 months we're still at 50 viewers, I don't know if Ken would continue to support the project effectively. However, if at 6 months we're at 250 viewers, 500 viewers, if we're getting donations, if we're getting a lot of AdSense revenue, all that kind of stuff, then they might be willing to back it more financially so we can get the revenue so we can buy or borrow guns and blow stuff up. But 100%, yeah, dude, I love gun content. I love shooting stuff. I love video. I love blowing up watermelons and dummies and showing what weapons can do and breaking down the tech of it. I would love to do Grand Thumb, but the truth is Grand Thumb has access to, I have no idea how, but he has access to like millions of dollars of equipment. So we're just not there yet. Grassroots Hegemon says, I'm not watching any of this new show unless everyone on it is trans. I'll work on that. I'll talk to the wife and see if I can become non-binary. The Sacred Snow says, Counterpoints, are you going to do comparisons to the source material and the breakdowns for the War Conflict movie? Yes, absolutely. Vincent Martin says, I haven't watched a Connor stream in a while, so I thought I'd come by and see what's going on. Well, we're just breaking down Hasan Piker stuff, but we're getting distracted because, frankly, Hasan Piker is a moron. So... will just Western wars be look at it, or will it be a global look at war across the planet? Across the planet and across history. I've been trying to convince him to switch to sugar-free Red Bull for years, but he doesn't listen. Yeah, well, I love sugar too. I demand transgender cat girls be 100% of my news sources. Oh, yes, you can, you goofball. Okay, well, I parasocially love all of your... I parasocially love all of you. I parasocially love... Grassroots for being so supportive, and obviously if you miss a video, you want to catch it, check out the VOD. Anyways, I've been yapping about Valor for too long, but for those of you who are catching the VODs and you want to check out more content, type in Valor Media Network into your search bar, find it. You'll find me going live 25 hours a week, and you'll also find wholesome pro-masculine content that's good for the soul. All right, content. Get back into the content.
Structure and continue to enslave Tibetans. But that's not what happened. So obviously, you know, there is a major difference here. This doesn't mean that there is any sort of, this doesn't mean that like, it's great. I'm not saying that it is, okay? I'm simply offering some nuance to the way that people frame these conversations as black and white and try to make make it work within the imperialist structure in the same way that like you understand Spanish colonialization. Okay.
European colonialism bad, Asian colonialism good. Got it. Move on to the next segment, please.
Press actually had to say about this. These are all AP articles from the last 2 years. UK independent body reports China committed genocide in Xinjiang. China sanctioned a U.S. research firm and 2 individuals over a report about the human rights violations in Xinjiang.
It's the tourism hour.
To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing.
Okay. He pulls up a lot of these AP articles, and I feel like from all of the clips that I've seen on the Context Nuke, he basically does not go into great detail about these articles at all. I don't think he's read any of these articles at all. Many of these articles are basically from National Endowment of Democracy funded groups like NGOs that are playing a significant role here. Okay. Having said that, is there veracity to some of these claims? Absolutely. Okay. Some of the claims that he's highlighting in the headlines is actually correct. The problem is, and I don't know what when these articles are from or what these articles are actually featuring, but I would go so far as to suspect that he's making it seem as though the article that I was referencing, the article that I was reading, as a matter of fact, in terms of China's re-education and cultural erasure has ended, and that Xinjiang has now become a tourism destination. He claims that that article does not exist, except here is the article. So while he was actually looking for all of these different article headlines that he could draw from, what happened? Did he just simply fail to find terror?
He's acting like this reinforces his point, but I think it reinforces Ethan's point. But let's let him cook. Let's let him cook this shit sandwich.
In tourism, Xinjiang eases its grip, but fear remains. This is the Associated Press article that I was actually reading and referencing to Ethan Klein. In that conversation, Xinjiang, China, the razor wire that once ringed public buildings in China's far northwestern Xinjiang region is nearly all gone. Gone too are the middle school uniforms and military camouflage and the armored personnel carriers rumbling around the homeland of the Uyghurs. Gone are many of the surveillance cameras that once glared down like birds from overhead poles, and the eerie eternal wail of sirens in the ancient Silk Road city of Kashgar. This right here is basically the summarization of like my summarization of the story is this article saying that they ended their operations. They ended their operations, and the clips that, and here's why I say he's fucking devoid of context. This is the reason why I call this the context nuke. The reason why I call this the context nuke is because he rips these clips, which I don't even know where he sourced them from. Okay, because I don't think he sourced them himself. I think someone gave him these clips, because if he were to actually, if he actually cared about understanding the nuance of this position that I'm presenting, he would recognize that some of the clips that he pulled out are literally directly from me covering this article. Here it is, October 13, 2021, Uyghurs in Xinjiang. Gone too are the middle school uniforms and military camouflage and the armored personnel carriers rumbling around the homeland of the Uyghurs. Gone are the many of the surveillance cameras that once glared down like birds from overhead poles, and the eerie eternal wail of sirens in the ancient Silk Road city of Kashgar. Uyghur teenage boys, once a rare sight, now flirt with girls over pounding dance music at rollerblading rinks. One cab driver blasted Shakira as she raced through the streets. 4 years after Beijing launched a brutal crackdown that swept up 1 million or more Uyghurs and other mostly Muslim minorities into detention camps and prisons, its control of Xinjiang has entered a new era. Chinese authorities have scaled back many of the most draconian and invisible aspects of the region's high-tech police state. The panic that gripped the region a few years ago has subsided considerably, and a sense of normality is creeping back in. It's because he purposely limited the search to 2 years, so his article was left out intentionally. Now, time and time again, I have actually railed against, as much as people say I'm a China glazer, which I am a China glazer, let's be real. Time and time again, I've actually brought up the unjustifiable practice of mass detention and mass surveillance and dragnets that were cast upon the Uyghur Muslim population in Xinjiang. I do not think it's appropriate, and I do not think it's acceptable. And I have made that very clear over and over again. I've actually made fun of the people that are so invested in defending China that they come in here and sometimes act like hogs, but for China, and say the exact same things that hogs say about Muslims and Muslim detention or immigrant detention in the United States of America, but this time for China. This is an age-old bit that I do all the fucking time. But if you were actually interested in the nuance or my actual perspective on this, you could have probably figured it out by, I don't know, doing a cursory analysis, just fucking Googling it, you know?
All right, so let's just Google it. All right, let's do it. So yeah, whenever terrorist organizations or authoritarian, communist regimes do something bad, it's inappropriate and it's not acceptable. Not cool, dude. All right, so Iraq veteran 8888. It took me a second to recognize it. Yeah, so Iraq veteran 8888 has been going off on Twitter, Jew posting. The dude Jew posts every day. I've asked him like 5 or 6 times how he picked 8888 for his handle, and the dude and his commenters still have not gotten back to me. I almost guarantee you it's like he's probably born in 88 and he probably was a Nazi, like 100%. I already had like weird vibes from him, and effectively his Twitter profile has confirmed it. For those of you who don't know, Iraq veteran 8888 is a gun tuber who shit posts about Jews. But anyways, so let's take a look at this. Where's the fear? Okay, because the terror in tourism, Xinjiang eases its grip, but fear remains. I have a feeling that the latter half of the article is going to talk about how people are still worried about a CCP crackdown, and yet Hasan says it's the tourism hour. Effectively, everything's back to normal. Everything's Gucci. So let's see if it's Gucci. But there's no doubt about who rules, and evidence of the terror of the last 4 years is everywhere. It's seen in Xinjiang cities, where many historic centers have been bulldozed and the Islamic call to prayer no longer rings out. It's seen in Kashgar, where one mosque was converted into a cafe and a section of another has been turned into a tourist toilet. Whoa. It's seen deep in the countryside where Han Chinese officials run villages. And it's seen in the fear that was ever present just below the surface on 2 rare trips to Xinjiang I made for the Associated Press, one on a state-guided tour for the foreign press. A bike seller's eyes widened in alarm when he learned I was a foreigner. He picked up his phone and began dialing the police. A convenience store cashier chatted idly about declining sales, then was visited by the shadowy men tailing us. When we dropped by again, she didn't say a word, instead making a zipping motion across her mouth, pushing past us, running out of the store. At one point, I was tailed by a convoy of a dozen cars in eerie procession through the silent streets of Aksu at 4 in the morning. Anytime I tried to chat with someone, the minders would draw in close, straining to hear every word. It's hard to know why Chinese authorities have shifted to subtler methods of controlling the region. It may be that searing criticism from the West, along with punishing political and commercial sanctions, have pushed authorities to lighten up, or it may simply be that China judges it has come far enough in its goal of subduing the Uyghurs and the mostly Muslim minorities to relax its grip. Uyghur activists abroad accuse the Chinese government of genocide, pointing to plunging birth rates and mass detentions. The authorities say their goal is not to eliminate Uyghurs, but to integrate them, and that harsh measures are necessary to curb extremism. Regardless of intent, one thing is clear. Many of the practices that made the Uyghur culture a living thing, raucous gatherings, strict Islamic habits, heated debate, have been restricted or banned. In their place, the authorities have crafted and sterilized version, one ripe for commercialization. Dude, bro, think about this. So Hasan, he's saying that the clip is out of context. He says that it's the tourism hour in Xinjiang now. Now, if he came back and he said, now he's levying some criticism, but this is the accusation. The accusation is that China perpetuated at minimum a cultural genocide in Xinjiang by banning Islam, by destroying mosques, by making Han men stay in houses with Uyghur women, by having local governance being done by Han Chinese, and by detaining men and putting them in re-education camps. That's the accusation. So it's effectively cultural genocide. And the article that he himself is referencing, that he is saying is out of context, is that the barbed wire has come down, the detention camps are empty, but if you walk around inside Xinjiang, if you start talking to locals about what the CCP is doing to people, then basically a dozen strangers will start following you and listening to your conversation. Now, I don't think that they listen to your conversation because they want to be friendly and they want to know what you're about. They want to see if any local has the balls in order to talk shit about the CCP. And then if that person talks shit about the CCP, guess where they end up? They end up back in the re-education camp, or they just get put into prison as a political dissident, and then they get their organs harvested. So where is your, he has all this energy for the genocide that's happening in Gaza. There's a genocide happening in Gaza. Chat, Ethan Klein, how can you talk about anything else when there's a genocide in Gaza? And yet his energy when China is doing a cultural genocide against Muslims it's inappropriate. It's inappropriate and it's unacceptable. That is his criticism of the Chinese government doing a cultural genocide. All right, Hasan. Good moves. Good moves, you dumbass. Wow. All right. That's incredible. Bulmina Steel Dragon says, I just imagine if China responded to October 7th, Palestine would be speaking Mandarin right now. Dude, unironically, Israel should adopt this tact, okay? Because then Hasan Piker would have no ability to criticize it except to say that it's inappropriate, right? So according to Hasan, I'm not saying this. This is according to Hasan. You could bulldoze the mosques and turn them into cafes. You could eliminate the call to prayer. You could have Palestinian women forced to live with Israeli men. You could detain all the Palestinian military-age males. You could put them into re-education camps. The ones that don't bend the knee to Israeli influence can be disappeared, killed, or permanently imprisoned, and they can be organ harvested. And then the ones that do re-educate can be integrated back into society, but effectively a bunch of them will be recruited into being spies on behalf of the Israeli government. and there will be Israeli ministers of the government that are local. And so if anybody starts talking shit about the Israeli government, then you can go back to the permanent detention and murder and organ harvesting. And you know what? It won't be a genocide. It'll be inappropriate or unacceptable. Bruh.
He admitted on a stream that he got these clips from someone, but because I'm not insane, I don't have the clip of him saying it on me. Having said that, going back to if you Google search Xinjiang Associated Press, that's the first article that comes up. Terror and tourism, Xinjiang eases grips, but fear remains. Now, there's some other articles that he's also sourced here, which I suspect he probably didn't look at.
Biz D, you're officially woke right, okay? You are woke right, bro.
And I think it's important to understand the timeline here on what he's talking about, because he's trying to make it seem as though he's basically pulling articles from after our conversation to imply that that I was lying, that the Xinjiang detention had not ended. He's also implying that I'm actually in favor of this detention. I am not. I'm in favor of the truth. Okay. So when I actually retaliate and say, no, those are not death camps, those are not like, there's no like organ harvesting operation that's taking place.
Hold up. There's no organ harvesting operation taking place. Hold on. Let's just take a look at it. Maybe this is a CIA. Maybe this is a State Department. China, organ harvesting. So Hasan Piker can come back and say that FalunInfo.net is, lying. A growing body of evidence indicates that Chinese hospitals have been colluding with the country's police in a nefarious scheme known as organ harvesting. They hold prisoners of conscience against their will, often illegally, examine them for organ compatibility, and then systematically remove their healthy organs to supply transplants for a booming organ transplantation industry. Their bodies are cremated according to eyewitnesses. The vast majority of prisoners of conscience targeted in this manner are believed to be Falun Gong practitioners, possibly running into tens of thousands annually, according to estimates by Ethan Gutman, an investigative journalist, David Matas, an international human rights lawyer, and David Kilgore, a former Canadian member of parliament who published their findings in 2016. Allegations of mass murder of Falun Gong practitioners for organs have been made since 2006, with every year that has passed since, and in particular over the last few years. More evidence has emerged supporting the allegations. The methodologies used for analyzing the evidence have become more robust, and concerns have become increasingly mainstream. Meanwhile, the position of the Chinese regime and its defenders who deny the claims has become increasingly untenable. Okay, so they're saying they have evidence. We could dig into the evidence if they want, but we have half a dozen to a dozen people, and I'm pretty sure the UN has even said that they suspect it based off of the availability of UN human rights expert alarmed by organ harvesting. Yeah, right here. So China organ. So I mean, if he wants to go in and systematically debunk all, these dozens of human rights organizations and United Nations experts who say that Chinese organ harvesting is a thing, he can do so. I will happily. What is Falun Gong? Falun Gong, also known as Falun Dafa, is a spiritual practice that combines meditation, Qigong exercises, and moral teachings. Original and founder, Falun Gong was introduced to the public in China in 1992 by Ling Hongzhi. Okay. Looks like it's a combination of meditation and religion. So if Hasan Piker wants to debunk this, I'm perfectly happy to hear him debunk it, but there's a dozen human rights lawyers, a dozen human rights orgs that are saying that organ harvesting is a thing, and he's just saying, no, it doesn't exist. That's not enough for me because I'm not an idiot. Yo, they're just like RimWorld. Yeah.
I'm simply combating against misinformation. This is what I do. This is my primary purpose. Okay.
Oh, do it, bro. Do it. I am here for it, Hasan. If you want to debunk, because we just read your article said that there were thought police following around Associated Press members in Xinjiang, making sure that locals didn't talk too much shit about the CCP. That's the article that you read, that you say that it's indicative of quote unquote tourism hours in Xinjiang. And then we just looked and easily found a dozen human rights orgs and the United Nations saying that organ harvesting is a credible accusation against the CCP. So if you want to combat misinformation by proving these people wrong, I am happy to listen. Very, very, very happy to listen.
In a lot of circumstances, it's usually right-wing misinformation. You guys love it when I do it to Joe Rogan.
Jay says Counterpoints versus Hasan debate whenever he stops like hiding behind his "you just want free clout" pussy ass defense. Sorry, my mother said that I should stop using that word. That's a gendered slur. My apologies for that. Pusillanimous, okay? The extension of that word, which is not a gendered slur. It just means not brave.
But you seemingly don't like it if I'm doing it to a liberal position, okay?
Uyghur County in China has the highest prison rate in the world. 1 in 25 people is in a Chinese prison.
It's the tourism hour.
48 Uyghurs detained in Thailand for almost 11 years are on hunger strike to protest their imminent deportation to China, where they face imprisonment or execution.
Not only does this AP article seem not to exist, reading the AP proved exactly the opposite.
So, again, he claims that this AP article does not exist.
So, Hasan, are you going to talk about how your AP article talks about thought police?
It obviously exists. So, what the fuck are you talking about? Here is the AP article. Here's a video of me reading the AP article. Why would you even put this in the video? What kind of research have you done? Also, none of this even proves your point, which was that you watched a documentary that I suspected was like a Shenyang or Falun Gong documentary that said that there were death camps in China. None of what he has shown so far.
Oh, and then he also says Xinjiang or Falun Gong documentary, and Falun Gong is the minority that's apparently being liquidated. So he's saying that because it's from the people who are being liquidated, it can't be credible, when even his own source is saying that there's cultural genocide in Xinjiang. Awesome, Hasan. Awesome. I can't wait for Israel to watch a Hasan Piker video, realize that they could go ahead and do a cultural genocide in Palestine, and all Hasan Piker would say is that it's unacceptable and it's inappropriate, and then Israel to execute a perfect replication of the CCP's cultural genocide within Xinjiang, and then for Hasan Piker just to be like, yeah, it's bad, bro. It's bad, but like, you know, it's unacceptable and it's inappropriate, bro. What else do you want me to say? Like, that would be amazing. Somebody send this to Israel. You all have 3,000 IQ. I know one of you is Mossad. So get your Mossad contacts to watch this video. This should be the new policy of Israel.
Has said that there are death camps in China. Part of the reason why I don't think that he was able to prove his perspective in the conversation at all is because they weren't fucking death camps, and I was right.
Yeah, it was just cultural genocide, not death camps. You won that one.
They were re-education camps. And I've never said that that was appropriate or permissible or acceptable.
Oh, man. Israel starts a cultural genocide in Palestine, and Hasan is just like, this is inappropriate. This is not permissible. This is bad, actually.
Always been against that. This is the problem. And people will say, Hasan, we got you. You said you would be in favor of re-education. There's a difference between re-educating people who have done crimes in the process of rehabilitation, okay, versus doing dragnets against an entire minority population and mass surveillance against an entire minority population. That is what I'm against. I am in favor of re-education and rehabilitation for those who have actually done severe crimes. I think that that is an infinitely better way to deal with that than to just fucking execute them or to imprison them like we do in the United States of America. This is a consistent position that I have maintained.
Yeah, I'm with Grassroots Hegemon, and it's not just because he's a very generous donor. He says, have we even really tried setting enough witches on fire? And I think the answer is no. I think we need to try it again. Like, you know, I know we were dogging on the Aztecs earlier for human sacrifices, but realistically, have we tried solving global warming and jihadist terrorism by setting witches on fire? If we haven't tried, can you really say it won't work? So, Jay says, you said you want liberals in a socialist society to be re-educated. Jay, this would be my exact point. This would be my question if I had an opportunity to ask him a question. Would be, You said that you're for re-education and it's only for people committing grievous crimes. What crimes would somebody have to commit in order to be re-educated? And we already know that this isn't totally true because Ethan Klein asked him, what would you do with capitalists in your society? Because there would 100% be a capitalist party within a free society, even if it was a socialist country. And he was like, yeah, re-education. So do you have to wait for a capitalist to like murder someone or get a DUI before they have socialist re-education? What's the threshold? What's the crime? What's the bar? Eric Dom says, yup, Hasan is simply a normal justice system unless it's set up by elected representatives. Bruh, I don't even know if you're making a sarcastic point, but yeah, like how does power work in Hasan's worldview and how is it checked so it's not abused? Jonah Boy says, didn't Hasan say let the streets flow with their capitalist pig blood? Yeah, he was talking about like homeowners or business. Oh, he's talking about landlords. Come to find out, his dad is like a millionaire, billionaire business magnate, and his mom is a commercial real estate landlord. Awesome. Have I ever interacted with Hasan? I have not. I just, I quote tweet his tweets and he ignores me because he probably gets quote tweeted by a lot of people. Let's be real.
My entire fucking political commentary career. This is part of the reason why I'm also endlessly charitable to people who have done thought crimes, who have been reactionary from time to time, because I believe that we are, you know, subject to social conditioning. Now, it doesn't make any sense, but I'll just start out by saying we're 8 minutes in and his research is not so great. He doesn't prove his point at all. He brings up all of these other articles that have come out after this conversation in an effort to imply that my article actually did not exist at all and that these things are still happening. But I'm willing to bet that if we were to look at these articles, even if they came after our conversation, we would find out that the articles itself were talking about what China was doing before they ended the mass detention structure that they had.
Okay. What I would like Hasan to address, because we checked out that article, is the fact that there are still thought police who, when you go to Xinjiang and you try to engage with the locals and ask them about what's going on in the region, there are thought police that follow you around. And then if the person says the wrong thing, then presumably they get detained and arrested again. So it might not be mass detention, but you've created a dystopian authoritarian police state in which you cannot criticize the Chinese Communist Party. How do you feel about that, Hasan? Is it inappropriate? Is it not permissible?
This is a UK independent body. China committed genocide in Xinjiang. An independent, unofficial body set up by a prominent British barrister to assess the evidence on China's alleged rights abuses against the Uyghur genocide concluded Thursday the Chinese government committed genocide and crimes against humanity. This is the only article that says that China did a genocide. The Uyghur
Okay.
tribunal, made up of lawyers, academics, and business people, doesn't have any government backing or powers to sanction or punish China, but organizers hope the process of publicly laying out evidence will compel international action to tackle Beijing's policies against the Uyghurs, a largely Muslim ethnic group. Tribunal chair Jeffrey Nice said the genocide ruling was based on evidence that the Chinese government's forced birth control and sterilization policies targeting Uyghurs in the far western Xinjiang province were intended to destroy a significant part of the group's population. The abuse was part of the comprehensive policies directly linked to President Xi Jinping and the highest levels of Chinese government, it said. Now, this is not a real court. This is not the ICC. This is not the ICJ. This is simply, it's not even a people's tribunal, which does happen, okay? Brace, friend of the show, Brace Belden, YPJ terrorist Brace Belden, has actually participated in a people's tribunal, I believe, against the former Duterte leadership. I think it was the Duterte leadership, if I'm not mistaken. There has been an intention to destroy the act of interfering with the birth of a group. About 30 witnesses and experts gave evidence to a series of public hearings in central London this year, alleging torture, forced abortions, rape, beatings by authorities while in state detention centers. The tribunal concluded that it was beyond the doubt that the crimes against humanity were committed. Nice said she and other senior officials bear primary responsibility for what has occurred in Xinjiang. Once again, I don't see the organ harvesting or the execution camps that Ethan was talking about here. This is still unacceptable, okay? Completely unacceptable and not a part of considering that I don't actually agree with the Chinese detention structure that exists in Xinjiang, this is not even against my position. My position was literally that Ethan is wrong about Chinese death camps. Okay? Chinese death camps and forced organ harvesting. These were fabulous claims being made.
Dude, this is my very sincere frustration with Hasan Piker is we get up to the 90% argument level where we have people getting detained, tortured, forced abortions, rape, and beating by authorities while in state detention centers. And then we also have forced sterilization and forced birth control that's designed to reduce this population. And if this was Palestinians, if Israelis were doing this to Palestinians, it would be 24/7 coverage about how Israel is like an evil apartheid, violent, ethno-supremacist, Zionist social construct creation that needs to be destroyed root and branch. But because it's the CCP and they're communists and he has tankies in his audience, he knows he can't be that aggressive about it. So he just has to say, yeah, I disagree. I disagree, and this is bad. Thanks, Hasan. Amazing analysis. Grassroots Hashimon for the 5. Mossad and I are competing for most powerful Israel apologists. Well, Postpodium says, ew, it shows my whole PFP on screen. I'm sorry, lol. It is what it is. Have fun. Miles Otwell says, do you think your past as a Leo colors your moral gray areas? Is something you used to find reprehensible is now sort of since it would be impossible to prosecute legally? Believe it or not, I think I've become even more aggressive about a lot of things. And it's not because I don't tolerate a substantive amount, right? If you consume alcohol and you don't hurt anybody and you don't get into DUI accidents, you drive responsibly drunk, right? I know everybody's going to hate that, but if you drive responsibly drunk or don't drive drunk at all, then I don't really care. Everybody does DUI. Teachers do DUI. Principals do DUI. Lawyers do DUI. Everybody does DUI. Obviously, the problem is when you're blackout or brownout and you become dangerous on the roadway and you end up hurting or killing someone else, I'm going to throw the hammer in the book at you, right? Same as almost every other cop. As soon as you become a problem, you're going to get hit with the book. Then drug consumption, I'm not particularly libertarian on. I think that marijuana should be pretty heavily regulated the way that it is through the dispensary industry right now, where they're not lacing it with other stuff. So I don't care about marijuana consumption either. I just don't. I view it similarly as tobacco or alcohol consumption. There's health risks, there's social risks, but ultimately we're free people and we should be free to enjoy leisurely and contemplate life while a little high or a little drunk, right? That I think that's within the purview of freedom. However, when it comes to drugs that absolutely ruins people's lives, I would argue that cocaine has absolutely, I know a lot of people are very casual about cocaine, but I've known multiple coke addicts who have ruined their lives. I know multiple heroin addicts who have ruined their lives. I know multiple meth addicts who have ruined their lives. So I'm pretty against hard drugs. And then also abuse, like child abuse. I think we need to go harder. Effectively, because the system is so overwhelmed, there are kids out there who they get 2 hots in a cot, so they get 2 meals a day and they get a bed. But besides that, they're horrifically, verbally and emotionally abused. And there's nothing that the state can't do anything about it because they don't have the resources to do it. And then same thing with physical abuse of kids. There was one time that I found a kid. I'm not trying to freak you guys out, but there was one time that I found a kid that had cigarettes put out on them. And I'm telling you, what was in my mind about what I would do to the mother who put cigarettes out on that kid. Let's just say it's not legal. Okay. It left to my own devices. I probably would have crucified that person. So I'm happy that I have a conscience. I'm happy that I fear God. I'm happy that there's a legal system to hold me accountable. But that was the most barbaric I have ever felt, was finding a kid who had cigarette burns all over their body, and allegedly their drug addict mom had tried to drown them in the tub. I wanted to exact brutal retribution on that human being. And I think I would have slept like a baby afterwards too. So, anyways, Kingslayer says endlessly charitable. Right. China needs a timeout. Go stand in the corner. Yeah, it's unacceptable. It's not permissible. I don't do drugs or pots or pans except for coffee. Yeah, I love caffeine. Caffeine's great. It'll probably take a few years off of our lives, but let's be fair. It's tasty and it makes the days start early. Eric Dom says, yeah, cocaine is one of the worst. I'm cool with some psychedelics. Oh, yeah, psilocybin, even acid to a certain extent. I think the problem with psilocybin and acid and other hallucinogens is you don't know if you're one of those people who's going to go out on a trip and never come back. There are a few people who have effectively started schizophrenia, like started having diagnosable schizophrenia through hallucinogens. So like they were normal, they took hallucinogens, they went on a trip and they never came back. Honestly, I feel like there's a wall in my brain because I did hallucinogens in the past, and I also smoked marijuana in the past and had a psychotic episode after I got out of the military from smoking marijuana. So I don't smoke anymore. And the reason why is because I don't want to break that barrier and never come back from a trip. So Miles Otwell says, not to derail, but regarding Destiny, it seems that you know what happened will never end with him in jail. Therefore, it's not that horrible. Apologies if I'm incorrect. No, see, Miles, this is like you can still have the moral condemnation without the criminal. So it's not a question of not that bad. It's a question of scale. Okay. So in my opinion, on a scale of 1 to 10 on sexual crimes, and we can evaluate things based off of severity, there are a various of sexual misbehaviors. We have Harry Sisson, who sexted 11 girls while allegedly, I'm going to come talk to you guys because let's face it, Hasan Piker's boring. We're still going to review his content, but I would rather talk to chat. And I think this is infinitely more informative than whatever the hell Hasan Piker's talking about, vaguely gesturing at geopolitical bullshit, but never making a point. So when it comes to moral condemnation versus legal condemnation, we live in a liberal society, which means we're maximally free. We're maximally free to conduct ourselves, which means that we're free to conduct ourselves well. We're free to conduct ourselves poorly. Okay. And so on the scale of 1 to 10 of sexual misbehavior, I would put Harry Sisson at a 1. Okay. He sexted 11 girls. The 11 girls thought that they had a boyfriend, and they didn't have a boyfriend. They had a fuckboy, right? And so that fuckboy didn't actually reciprocate their emotional and spiritual devotion, and so he broke a dozen girls' hearts. On a scale of misbehavior, that's a 1. Okay. Then there's what would be the next one? I would say Noah Samson, for the sake of expediency. Noah Samson was in a polyamorous relationship, which I already looked down on and morally condemn, but I largely think that you should be free to do whatever you want. I can culturally condemn it and say that I think it's bad, but I don't think that the state should arrest people who are involved in polyamorous relationships, right? And so Noah Samson was in a polyamorous relationship, and then he was hooking up with other people, and his partner said, if you hook up with other people, you need to let me know because I want to use protection if you're hooking up with other people, because I do not want to get STDs because you're hooking up with other people. That was allegedly a very explicit agreement in their relationship. And allegedly, Noah Samson hooked up with other people without protection and then hooked up with her without protection and lied about it. Okay. I would put that at like 2 or 3. It's not like a rape, but it's definitely like a lie that violates consent. Right. Then I would put, just to wrap this up, Andrew Tate has beaten women, allegedly raped women, and sex trafficked women. I would put that at a 9 because the only thing that's worse than that, in my opinion, is probably like murder and necrophilia, right? So that would be a 10. I put him at a 9. So Destiny is somewhere in there. I would say he's a 4, so it's bad, but I don't know if agents of the state should arrest him and put him in a jail cell, and I don't know if he should be put on a sex offense registry so he can only live with other sex offenders for the rest of his life. I don't think those are appropriate punishments. And what I do think is an appropriate punishment is the fathers of the girls whose sex tapes he leaked that leaked onto the internet. They should be able to full force slap him in the fucking face, right? And then after that, they shake hands and it's done. That's what I think is appropriate. Every woman and man that he leaked non-consensual or consensual sexual recordings of should be able to punch him in the face or slap him in the face, and every father of those people should be able to slap him in the face or punch him in the face. And then that way, he's not dead. He might lose 1 or 2 IQ points. He's learned his lesson, and we can all move on. I think that would be an appropriate punishment. So it's not a question of good or bad. It's still bad, but we need to scale it, and we need to come up with a punishment that's appropriate. Jonah Boy says, geez, that'd be enough to make me think the Night Lords were onto something. Listen. I was in a Night Lord mood. Harmonic Fox says, a bit behind on something. Someone wants to be a social worker. Even healing about that makes me absolutely saddened and enraged. Yep. Grassroots Hegemon, $10. You keep my name out of your mouth. I'm kidding. Actually, don't do that. Okay. Dude Man Sue says, I had a hell trip when I was a teenager, and it directly damaged my mind, where sometimes when I'm going through a depressive mood, I doubt how real reality is. Shit's not fun. I'm better now, though. Yeah, exactly. Being a psychonaut and taking off into the outer realm, I think it can be fun, but I also think that, you can bring back ghosts and demons and shit. Not literal ghosts and demons, but you can bring back things that like haunt you psychologically. Ironside says, marijuana and THC are one of the few I'm cool with, mostly because it's one of the few things that help with my TMJ. Sure. Eric Dom says, did Sisson tell the girls they were in a monogamous relationship? No, he didn't. Because while I am not a fan of polyamory, I think cheating is worse. Am I misunderstanding the situation? No, they were not in a committed relationship. He was just being a fuckboy. Ambivalent Bastard says, leaking sex tapes is facilitating the breach of consent for everyone who views them too. Sure. So I think he does. I don't think Steven belongs in jail. I don't think he belongs on a sex offense registry. I think he deserves to get slapped in the face. Miles Otwell says, sex crimes are always terrible to handle legally. I don't think he should be in jail either, but he definitely deserves a criticism thrown his way. Sure. I appreciate your tendency to bite bullets. It sucks. Dude, trust me. I wish that I was a spineless, gelatinous mirror of some tribal political identity, so I could just reflect back to you exactly what you believed about the world, so you would give me super chats. I wish I could be that person. I'm just not. So, when Queeman or Lav freak out and they're like, oh, he deserves to be in prison, he deserves to be on the sex offense registry, I'm like, no, he doesn't. And then a million people are like, Connor, you're a piece of shit. And I'm like, okay. I guess I'm a piece of shit then. Like it is what it is. The truth is the truth. Every time you do Psychonaut stuff, you're rolling the dice. I agree. It's not an unreal thing. Nothing is free. True. I don't smoke weed. I'm afraid I'll get scared. Yeah, that's me, bro. That's me. I don't want to smoke weed. I think I'll get scared. That's me, bro. That they won't be able to slap him in the absence of that kind of justice. I think being put on a sex offender list is the only thing approaching justice. I don't agree. I think that far outweighs the crime. I think incarceration for several weeks is a less severe punishment than being on the sex offense registry for life. I think you guys don't know. You either don't know or you idealize how the sex offense registry works. The sex offense registry is effectively a black mark on your life for the rest of your life, to the point that it affects everything else. Ambivalent Bastard says, I think that's the only possible punishment that could be found in the 21st century. I don't agree with you guys. You guys like paperwork, whereas I like hitting. It's weird. Gen X for $20. Thank you kindly for not being quote unquote that person. I appreciate you. Thank you kindly. There's only a few of us, and we're doing okay. Today's been fantastic, but it comes in peaks and troughs and waves and crashes. So parasocial love. Let's get back into the content. I was just having more fun engaging with chat than I was with Hasan Piker, because I think Hasan Piker is a moron, but that doesn't change the fact that we need to get back into the content. So let's continue.
Why did you skip over the Chinese embassy statement? Tanky propagandist. The tribunal and its so-called conclusions are merely clumsy and shows staged by anti-China elements for their self-entertainment. Anyone with conscience and reason will not be deceived or fooled. Yeah, the Chinese government, if I was pro-China, I will give you what the pro-China position is, okay? The pro-China position is that these separatist elements in Xinjiang are radical Islamist fundamentalists that were propped up by the CIA, and there is a little bit of truth to that as well, but that doesn't matter, okay? Because it doesn't matter in the way that they dealt with this issue, okay? The Chinese Uyghur separatist terrorists were actually doing slaughter, mass slaughter, doing
All right. This is something that we're not going to agree on, okay? Which is fine. We don't have to agree on everything. Conservative liberalism says, I think the sympathy for not wanting Stephen to have a black mark on his life forever is misplaced when you consider how his victims have lifelong consequences they never asked for. To me, this is like a millennial take. I'm a millennial. I'm a boomer. I was born in the late 80s, okay? And back in the 90s or the thousands, the late 90s and the early thousands, when the internet was just a new thing, having your picture of your tits, dick, and ass on the internet was very bad because it would effectively be spam to your family to show that you're a disloyal piece of shit, right? But what's happened with the advent of cell phones and text messaging and video messages is that loving partners send sex messages to each other all the time. And so as a result, I love my wife. I can't remember the last time that we did anything intimate via telephone because we see each other in real life, right? But at the same time, like, it's happened, right? And so if there was like an accidental leak of, consensual pornography between my wife and I, would it be embarrassing? Yeah, like a little bit, but it wouldn't be life destroying. And so I don't think it's the same nowadays where homemade pornography is so prevalent. And I also think that it's weird, especially when like teenagers, that's how they start, right? Teenagers start romantic relationships through digital communications. And so as a result, just saying like, oh, a picture of you naked is going to be a scar for the rest of your life. It's like, maybe if you're an a-hole on the internet and people harass your job by spamming your naked pictures to your work, that's pretty messed up. But if you're not like an a-hole on the internet, if you're like a normal person, your level of hatred where people are just going to send your porn to your boss over and over again, I don't think that's going to happen if you're a private person, relatively speaking. Now, if you're a public person, I think you just have to own it. So when it comes to like Pixie, for instance, this would be my genuine advice, is just own it. People are like, yeah, you hooked up with Steven and you lied about it. Just be like, yep, I lied about it. I wanted to be on the down low. I was sexually inexperienced. I shot some videos that I shouldn't have. My bad. Moving on with my life. And when you don't act like it's a big deal, oftentimes trolls will drop it as a tool because they see that they're not drawing blood. So like Monica Lewinsky just owning, like, I think she was better off. She started piping up in the past couple of years. She's been better off since she said, yeah, I hooked up with Bill Clinton. Whoops. My bad. He was handsome and charismatic. And I liked him. It was inappropriate. It was wrong. I was young and stupid. Who cares? Right? I think that attitude is going to carry you infinitely further than being like, oh my God, it's on the internet. My life is ruined. Because when you do that, you effectively hand your enemies a tool with which to torture you. Conservative liberalism says Pixie's grandchildren will have to have this saga explained to them someday. No, they don't. She could change her social media history to her name, to her husband's name. She had explained to her husband, hey, I was involved in some online drama where a sex video of me got leaked. And if he's cool with it, then cool. And then people will forget her in the next 5 years and she can move on with her life. Expecting that the only way that Pixie's grandchildren get spammed with her porn is if she is a contentious political debate figure. That's the only way that happens. Dude Mansu has said, I never had memory issues with pot use, but it did demotivate me a lot. Yeah. I like caffeine. Caffeine keeps me motivated. Gen X says the sex offense registry conversation is silly. Sex offenders sexually abuse children or repeatedly expose themselves publicly. They don't send homemade porn of someone who also exchanged homemade porn. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you, Gen X. I know that our position is unpopular outside of DGG, but I agree with you. Grassroots Judgment for 20. I know a kid who's pissed in a bush going home from school. He wasn't a bad person, so getting written off that way seems bad for the sin of a drunk 19-year-old. Yeah. That's crazy. And I think that was the other thing too. So Chud and Queeman and a few other people, they were arguing that like, well, 19-year-olds get written up for pissing in public and they get put on the sex offense registry. As like, and don't we agree that that's bad? Isn't it bad that they are on the sex offense registry for like decades and they have to fight to get off of the list and they're treated like pedophiles because they pissed in public one time while they were drunk? Don't we agree that that's a bad thing? That wasn't the argument that they thought that they were making. Silver Jacket Man says, I quit weed after they legally made it in my state. Yeah. It lost a lot of its allure once it went legal. Miles Otwell says, I don't know, this is the old man in me, but internet drama is usually solved by touching grass. No, you're 100% correct, Miles. You're correct. Ambivalent Bastard, sorry, we need to move on with the content, but again, like, chat is more interesting than Hasan. I can't believe this is one of the world's most popular streamers. Ambivalent Bastard says, so I have no shame or modesty. I wouldn't care either way. However, people are told this is an issue in society, therefore it is an issue mentally. Sure, I agree with you. But if Pixie was my friend, I would tell her exactly this. So... all right. Anyways, you guys are still talking about Destiny doing sex stuff, and we're here to talk shit about Hasan Piker. So, yeah. Jonah Boy has the right attitude. Oh, no. Everyone will know I have a huge peener. That's the right attitude, bro. That's the right attitude. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah. All right. Enough Destiny sex talk. We're here to talk shit about Hasan Piker, okay? Back to talking shit about Hasan Piker. Good God.
Unimaginable amounts of terrorist attacks all over China and certainly in Xinjiang as well. So that's the reason why they had to do roundups and very targeted roundups and create vocational schools where these guys were simply getting educated for vocational training. That's not my position at all. As a matter of fact, I've argued against that position quite frequently. Okay? That is a lie. That is an exaggeration by a state that makes it seem as though their completely warrantless and unjustifiable detention structure was actually simply justifiable and was working towards rehabilitation. I don't agree with that position. I think that's a classic moment where a state lies, right? The Chinese state also has the capacity to lie. They're not infallible. There are plenty of issues with the Chinese state.
It's not good, guys. It's not permissible. It's unacceptable.
This doesn't mean that I'm defending the Chinese practice of mass detention anyway. And ironically enough, the article that we were talking about here, also features this. To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing of Uyghur rights abuses. Remember, Ethan actually posted this.
All right, I'm going to fast forward this, bro. Can we get past the Chinese like sanitization? And it goes on for like another goes on for 12 more minutes, bro. Talk about pause Andy. Holy shit.
Sense if A, he's being paid, or B, he has the political complexities of a 5-year-old. I know
true.
America bad is a meme that people laugh at online, but with Hasan, this does actually seem to be the beginning and the end of his analysis.
2 principles. Let me explain to you 2 principles that you should keep with you.
Yeah, so this is a classic. This is something that I hear mostly from Sex Pestany and his orbiters.
Bruh. This is like listen, Sex Pestany, it's a decent bladed weapon. If you're a DGGer, that might, sting your guts a little bit. But I must remind the audience that Hasan Piker admittedly went to Artemis, which is a sex club in Germany, which was credibly accused of sex trafficking. He's lied about the fact that, it was just taxes, and that's all they were able to get them on. And so the German government had to apologize and pay Artemis. That's not what happened. What happened was, before trial, the state attorney's office for Germany said they're working with sex trafficking organizations. They're working with the Hells Angels. They're engaged in sexual abuse. They're pimping out their women, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then they weren't able to substantiate that in court. So they ended up having to do a payment to Artemis for defamation or whatever. But that doesn't mean that they didn't have evidence. They just mean that they didn't have enough evidence to secure a conviction. And so from my experience in law enforcement, I know who's like a murdering piece of shit in my city. I can't convict them of murder for a variety of reasons, because not only is the forensic evidence not determinative that they were the shooter, but also the witnesses of the murder don't want to tell me that it's the murderer. But off the record, without a witness testimony, people will be absolutely talking shit and be like, yeah, that dude absolutely killed that dude. Right? Like you will hear it on the street from random people that 100%, Demarius shot that dude, killed that dude, whatever. But you can't get them into a court. So Hasan Piker acting like Artemis was totally validated just tells me that he's self-sweeping in order to cover up his own bullshit with Club Artemis because he knows that it's a decent criticism of him. And then same thing, he went to a Diddy party. So this isn't a defense of Destiny. Call Destiny whatever you want to call Destiny, but you went to a Diddy party. You went to a party with an orgy where they were playing child videos in the background. You went to a sex club that was accused of sex trafficking in which women from the proletarian class are sexually enslaved and exploited. So, yeah, Sex Destiny, go for it. Insult Destiny all you want. You're not much better, bud.
But the idea that like my commentary on political matters is simply reduced to America bad is incredibly dumb. It's ironic that this is yet another case of pure projection where Ethan is saying, oh, his commentary is just literally America bad. At no point, if I simply stated America bad over and over and over again, how the fuck would I fill 8 hours of space every goddamn day?
To be honest, Hasan, so far, it's vaguely regurgitating historical summaries of various countries in a sanitized pro-leftist format, which I assume gets people to think that you're really smart because you're able to recall all of these historical facts from the top of the dome. However, I would say that your analysis is actually pretty shallow.
Why is it that these people never actually make the argument America good? Why is it that these people never actually dive deeper into why I say America bad, for example? And this is, once again, obviously a reductive clip out of context where I'm describing a complex position. Let's take a look. Coming from a person who's Turkish, okay? When you look at a situation in the Middle East, you look at what the local government is and who the Western forces are. Never align with the Western forces. So
by that logic, you should back Bashir al-Assad, Muammar Gaddafi, Saddam Hussein. In Southeast Asia, you should align yourself with Pol Pot, Ho Chi Minh, and Ho Chi Minh is actually the least of them as far as bad guys go. You should align yourself with Mao. You should allow yourself with Joseph Stalin. You should align yourself with all these characters. So I know he said in the Middle East and North Africa, but if we look at this from like a historical analytical framework, I think that never siding with the Western forces makes you bedfellows with actually some pretty nefarious characters. That would be my opinion.
I look at other countries, I look at the regional actor, whoever the regional power player is, and then I look at who is backed by the Western superpowers. That's a principle that you could take home with you if you want to actually be moral or if you want to be smart about the
moral. He's going to self-sweep momentarily. I know he's going to. But based off of this logic, you should support Bashir al-Assad. And Bashir al-Assad had a jihadist problem. So he sent his jihadists into Iraq in order to have them fight. They came back more seasoned and opposed his regime. And so he used pro-democratic forces within his country. The fact that jihadists existed and were fighting alongside the pro-democratic forces, he used that as a pretext because he didn't have a complex air force to fill up drums with explosives and to drop them on all of the civilian centers under rebel control. Like, if you want to take a look at it real quick. So this is who you're supposed to be supporting. And by the way, you're also supposed to be supporting Hezbollah. Hezbollah backed Bashir al-Assad, and Hasan Piker actually made an argument that, Hezbollah wasn't that bad in their support of Bashir al-Assad. So not a big deal. So hold on. Let's take a look at just a barrel bombing video, just real quick. I just want to show you what this is. Okay. So it's a 2-minute video. I'm going to mute it. Here's the white helmets. These are the guys who are trying to save the people from getting bombed. This is the aftermath of a barrel bomb. And we're going to see it because there could be militia in here. There could be Free Syrian Army. There could be jihadist militias. There could be Al-Qaeda in Iraq veterans. There could be ISIS veterans in here. 100%. There could 100% be Islamist and jihadist people. But look at the way that a barrel bomb is dropped on the city. That's it. They push it out of a helicopter. Look at this. It's literally like a 5 or like a 50-gallon drum. Hold on. I don't know the gallons for drums, so you're going to have to forgive me. But it's like a 50-gallon drum pushed out of the side of a helicopter with fins on either side filled with explosives. Please tell me who that was targeting, right? Because that didn't just kill one jihadist. That destroyed an entire building. So for all of Hasan's energy for criticizing here we go. This is the best footage right here. For all of Hasan's energy criticizing Israel for being indiscriminate with their air attacks, which they're not. Otherwise, it wouldn't be 65,000 dead. It would be a few million. But here's the barrel bombs. Who was that supposed to hit? Because I'll tell you who it did hit. It hit civilians. Look, here's a video from inside the helicopter. They're not able to discriminate between civilians and soldiers. They're not able to figure out who this is. They just push that out and see what happens. Look at that. Boom. There you go. Somebody trapped in the rubble. Looks like a teenager. Oh, not even a teenager. That looks like a baby. Right? He's alive, thank God. But we got all of this energy for Israel being pieces of garbage. But according to Hasan Piker, this is who you're supposed to support. Very cool, Hasan. Thank you. 55-gallon drum. 55 is standard. Okay, cool. Good God. All right, let's see. So he made the statement. It was stupid. It was wildly unsophisticated. Let's see if he can steel man his own position and make it better.
As I've said before, time and time again, okay, from both my own personal experiences and I'm Turkish, okay? Turkey is a NATO nation. Turkey is the way that it is specifically because Turkey is a NATO nation.
Sorry, Svalin has an answer. What Dems, as of now, would you pretty much enthusiastically support running? Do you think the standard NWO libs more or progressives like AOC and Kana? I like the NWO libs more, but of course I hate the NWO. It sucks, man. Modern politics sucks. Mark Kelly. I would support Mark Kelly. He's an astronaut. He's a military veteran. His wife runs the Gabbards thing, which is a gun control thing. But seriously, I would talk to Mark Kelly and I'd be like, shut up about guns. I would literally talk to Mark Kelly and I'd be like, shut up about guns. Do not try to pass gun legislation. And I will support you till the ends of the earth. Same thing with Pete Buttigieg. He had a fire convo on the, what was it? That comedy podcast, the Andrew Schultz podcast. And we've made jokes. These are bad jokes, but they're jokes that we're going to make anyways. That his wife, his husband should become his wife. That way it can be a heterosexual marriage because he is gay, which like I'm not hating on being gay. I'm just saying that it's going to be hard to become president of the United States if you're gay. It just is. It's just hard. So, but Pete Buttigieg acquitted himself very competently in this conversation. So basically all of the Democrats that Hasan Piker and his ilk call conservatives, those are the people that I will typically support. Conservative Democrats. Joe Vasquez says, yeah, Connor, but it doesn't count because you can't overlay an oppressor-oppressed narrative. Yeah, or you at least can't do it from like an ethno-religious perspective. Poor little guy. That's how I felt. I'm happy he was alive. But man, imagine being welcomed into the world and then boom, you have a building collapse on your head. That sucks. Which party do you support, the lying corporatists or the manipulative industrialists? Bro, that's exactly what I just got asked. 100%. It hurts. It hurts. And here's the thing. I guess I support right now the lying corporatists over the manipulative industrialists. Depends on how you're using corporatism. It hurts. Conservative liberalism says Democrats really need to shut up about guns while playing credibly towards working class. Agreed. If they want to win, that's what they want to do. Pete should also get the height surgery. Yeah, Pete Buttigieg, no offense to my homosexual members and bisexual members of my audience. Pete Buttigieg needs to disavow his homosexuality and get a beard. His husband can become his roommate. And then Pete Buttigieg needs to get height surgery. And then Mark Kelly needs to shut up about guns. And then boom, you got two viable candidates. I just can't support anyone who wants to ban 99% of firearms. Me either. Trust me, that Kamala vote, that put a bad taste in my mouth. I'll tell you that. I did what I needed to do, and I feel vindicated in it. But that was a bad taste. Civilized societies have always used vigilantism. Cool point. Pete would be pretty great, to be honest. I don't know if it's possible for a gay person to win, though. Svalin, I'm with you. Ironside, being a two-bearded household works for JD Vance. Nice. All right, you guys are having too much fun. You're more interesting than Hasan Piker. That's Hasan Piker's fault, but we still need to get through the content. Let's continue.
Do you understand? And in that process, during the Cold War, because it was supposed to be a bulwark against the growing socialist movement in the country, they actually suppressed Kurdish liberation movements, socialist movements, trade unionist movements. The American government, by way of the CIA, created a right-wing ultra-nationalist paramilitary, the MHP Party. Okay, the MHP Party, the Grey Wolves. This, you know how Ethan's community will fucking call me out for like, oh, he did this. He's actually secretly a Turkish ultra-nationalist. You can only arrive at that position if you're a fucking moron. I have, again, countless hours of talking about the history of the MHP Party and how the CIA did an Operation Gladio like they did in Italy, but in Turkey with the MHP ultra-nationalist paramilitary groups that they violently sent to destroy any sort of trade unionist, socialist, or workers movement. Many of those movements comprised of Kurds that wanted their own version of Kurdish liberation movements, as a matter of fact. MHP was responsible for that. MHP is still a part of the governing coalition alongside the AKP in Turkey right now. The ultra-nationalist fascists are still in power in this country, in my country. Okay?
This is, I guarantee you, this is what it really is. So in Turkey, his dad is like a trade boss. He's like the minister of trade in Turkey. So I guarantee you what happened was CIA-backed militias, either in his grandparents' generation or his parents' generation, attacked unions and socialists and all that kind of stuff. And his dad was probably sympathetic to leftists, even though he was like a multimillionaire, billionaire himself. And so Hasan is carrying this intergenerational anti-American grudge from CIA right-wing paramilitary operations in Turkey. I have to assume that's it. Like if I was talking to him like a human being, bear in mind, I viciously dislike this human being, so I don't know how like polite I can be in a conversation. But let's assume that I was in a conversation with Hasan Piker and I had the opportunity to ask. I would ask him like, what was your father's opinions on unions? What was your father's opinions on organized labor movements? And if he started giving me answers showing that his father was sympathetic to organized labor, I would then ask him, it's like, does your sympathy for organized labor come from your dad and your dad's retelling of Turkish history where the CIA tried to murder communists in Turkey? And I have a suspicion that that would be it. Grassroots Hegemon for another 20. Thank you kindly. I will transition and marry Pete Buttigieg to save our country. I'm doing my part. As a closeted straight, I'll do the best I can. Well, thank you kindly, bud. I do appreciate you jumping on that metaphorical grenade. And then Commander Haircut says the CIA is Hasan's Illuminati. The CIA is real. The CIA does nefarious things. The CIA has tortured people. The CIA has assassinated people. But what Hasan neglects to understand is that the CIA is 10 guys with briefcases of money. Okay. They show up to your country, they approach people in power, and they say, this is what we want to achieve in your country. Can we keep bringing you suitcases of money? And you can help us identify the bad guys that we want to kill, and we can help you in your political ambitions. And so if your entire country is toppled by half a dozen guys with suitcases and money, the truth was it probably wasn't going great. Let's be real.
We have officially reached the boundary of $75,000. I'm very proud of you guys. Okay? There's more.
I feel the same way, Hasan. I feel the same way.
There's more I wanted to get into. Bro, you're making this unwatchable. I know. Context and nuance is silly. Way you analyze.
I don't mind the geopolitical analysis. My problem is that he hits you with a dozen historical points that don't seem to be related or arch towards a single point. That's my problem.
Other countries,
I'm going to hit the head. I'll be right back.
that's one basic principle that you can take home with you. All of a sudden, magically, you are above on your foreign policy analysis. You're going to be better off than 90% of people that look at the situation.
After seeing all of this, I was already getting uncomfortable with our partnership.
I started to wonder if I had
Also, I don't think he saw any of this. He didn't see any of this. He already arrived at the position that I was bad after an entire year of fucking shitting on me with snide remarks as I was actively defending him in the process. For all the fucking foot soldiers that are in here to see the other side of this story for once, welcome. Okay. I have an 8-minute compilation that he couldn't even sit through where I was defending Ethan Klein, including this is, I guess, from what, January 11th, 2024. Ethan was hitting me with snide remarks over and over and over again while I was simultaneously defending him. Okay. I was simultaneously defending him from people that kept bringing him up and saying like, oh, he said this, he said that. I didn't want to be fucking focusing on drama. Okay. I did not want to entertain the drama perverts because I thought it was irrelevant what Ethan Klein was saying because I assumed that he was just doing goofs and gaffes. In any case, we'll get to that in a little bit as well. Okay. The entire premise here so far in the 9 minutes and 39 seconds that we watched is that,
Bro, we're at an hour and 5. Come on, man. We're at an hour and 5 and we fast forwarded twice. Come on, bro. Let's go.
Ethan is saying Hasan Piker groomed me, a 40-year-old man with the political convictions of a sea cucumber. I had no way of thinking on my own, and this 30-year-old man at the time groomed me into believing dangerous radical ideas. Dangerous radical ideas like what, you might ask? Socialism. Socialism being good. He made too many convincing arguments. He was hot and he groomed me and it scared me. It scared what happened to
True.
me. Scary man. Stupid, sexy Hasan.
any idea.
Miles Otwell says geopolitics is for the fucking birds. Super important as well. What's your take on India and Pakistan? All in on nothing ever happens. Okay. India and Pakistan have been beefing over Kashmir for a while. It seemed like it was going to pop off and then they both backed off. And it seems like they're happy that they backed off so they don't have to do all out war between two nuclear powers. Nuclear deterrence is a huge reason why that conflict stays relatively stable. Kashmir is an unresolved question, but the truth is they'll just have a jihadist terrorist attack in Western India every now and then they'll have a militia do an ethnic cleansing in Kashmir every now and then. And that's how I presume that the conflict is just going to perpetuate for another century. Kingslayer Damocles says, how did he not see any of this? He was right in front of you, dumb A. Yeah, that's in reference to Ethan Klein. Listen, just as somebody who has collaborated with a lot of people, okay? Oftentimes the clout transaction is, I don't want to say all you care about, but if you cared about everybody who was cancelable, no one would talk to anyone. Okay. PF Young, who I like a lot, is someone who popularizes the Zog meme, right? The Zionist occupied government, because he's hostile to Israeli influence in American government. So if you wanted to say that he was like a vicious anti-Semitic Nazi piece of shit, you would have evidence against it. Steven obviously has his sex dramas. Kyla is close to Steven. Who else do I talk to? Sitch and Adam. Adam is a dumbass, and they're both apologists for Sargon of Akkad. Sargon of Akkad does apologia for Christian nationalism and ethno-nationalism. Lauren Southern obviously tried to murder a bunch of migrants with flare guns. Anybody who Hasan Piker is a terrorist apologist. If you focused on who would be canceled or potentially cancelable or who had bad opinions, you wouldn't talk to anyone ever. And so I guarantee you that Ethan saw an up-and-coming, popular, left-wing streamer with a very young audience who said wild shit some of the time, and he was like, let's do it. That was probably the total amount of his vetting of Hasan Piker. Eric Dom says Hasan is the most boring streamer. I cannot for the life of me understand how the man has such a large platform. I literally think it's just because I don't literally think. I actually think it's just because he shows up and he puts in the hours. Every day he's live for 8 hours and he vaguely gestures at left-wing political positions. So I don't think a lot of people think about what he's actually saying. They just want to have their vaguely leftist worldview reaffirmed over and over and over again 10 billion times per day. I think that's the only reason why he has such a large platform. The problem with my platform is that there aren't enough liberals who are willing to tolerate some right-wing ideas, and there aren't enough right-wingers who are willing to tolerate some left-wing ideas, to the point that there's like a billion centrists. Like, I wish there were a billion centrists, but they're too busy grilling. You know what I'm saying? They're too busy like living their lives and paying taxes and grilling to come hang out and give us super chats. Sacred Snow says, he says this, meanwhile he aims to be a gateway communist for sock Dems. 100%. Ambivalent Bastard says, don't know anything about Ethan Klein, but I have to assure he's a vaguely amusing grifter who will say anything he thinks people will get a reaction from. Most people. No, he's largely a comedian. He's like a React. He was one of the people who pioneered the React Andy formula, but he actually had transformative Reacts, got sued under it, and became popular off of defending against the lawsuit and winning. And then he transformed that into a semi-functional and viable podcasting career. A lot of people think that his content quality is crap because it's just him and his boys yapping about random stuff. But he's funny. He can be charismatic. That was towards the Hasan comment, not towards you. All good. All good. Even I understand to some degree I'm boring because I love geopolitics. But what I'm hoping to do is find other autistic people who love geopolitics and history as much as I do. Hasan is very good at hiding his power level, apparently. Conservative liberalism says, imagine crossing the Mediterranean to try to reach the southern shores of Greece just to be greeted with a maniacal flair Canadian Lauren. Yeah. Yeah. Imagine being a refugee from Libya. You cross the Mediterranean. You know, you almost drown several times. You're sunburnt. You're dehydrated. And then you land on the shores of Italy. And there's fucking Lauren Southern with a fucking flare gun being like, get back in the boat. Yeah, that's pretty much it, bud. That's pretty much it. He's easy to throw on in the background. It's all pretty shallow engagement. Yeah, that's what I assumed. Here's to the promise. Agreed. It's because he's used TYT for their audience, then has used Tiny, how he gained the audience. Yeah, we need to figure out who we need to use. But the truth is that, like, Sitch and Adam was probably the audience that I would say that had most ideological crossover. But 70% of their audience are just the most insufferable Trump apologists ever. So it's like, with the Sitch and Adam audience, we could talk about guns. We would agree. We could talk about libertarian and liberal values being important in order to propagate society. We would agree. We would agree on freedom of speech, freedom of conscience. We would agree on mixed economy capitalism. We would agree on some level of fiscal conservatism in order to not collapse the government. We would agree on needing to, you know, to prepare for the future of mankind and like all that kind of stuff. I could seriously have so many productive conversations with members of the Sitch and Adam audience. But if you do not take a contrarian pro-Trump worldview, then 60 to 70% of their audience effectively shit blood in the comments. If you are not willing and able to do a backwards handspring, triple flip sideways in order to arrive at Trump being good, then 70% of their audience is going to shit blood every time you open your mouth. It's actually crazy. Miles Otwell says there's no representation or appetite for centrism in our current system. It's boring to try to be understanding and coherent. Yeah. Preaching to the choir, bro. Grassroots Hegemon says, I can grill and hurl slurs at the same time. I'm good like that. You are a talented and special fella, Grassroots Hegemon. King Slayer Damocles, Hasan uses... Okay, that's the one that I read that spawned that. Honestly, I think Warhammer content is a good gateway. Yeah, I love Warhammer. Never going to stop with Warhammer. I'll be making Warhammer content on my deathbed. And most people consider basketball to be our national, or baseball to be our national pastime. Yeah. If baseball is a national pastime, this is way more exciting than that. That's true. And Bill Bastard says you could add comedy skits to your streams and get some crossover from the Crowder audience. I would rather shove glass up my urethra than do comedy skits. And Bill Bastard. Sorry.
Who this guy actually is.
And then this happened.
We have breaking news out of Israel this morning where Hamas has launched a surprise attack within Israel's borders.
Like, this is bullshit. This is a video that he made a year after our podcast ended. Okay. He developed.
Johad Ganar says, saw you get into some Star Wars content. Should 100% check out Andor. Oh, yeah. Obviously, the goal right now, we're working on the back end. Okay. Just sharing real quick. We're working on the back end. We're getting the editors, the social media, all that stuff figured out. The goal is over the next 5 months, because we're 1 month into the project, over the next 5 months, try to get Valor Media probably over 100K subs. I think we're, scratching to 20K, but the engagement on a lot of videos is low. Not mine. I have the, highest engagement on the channel, but I think it's a lot of dead subs from Midas Touch, because Midas Touch is saying, hey, go sub to this channel, but it's a bunch of like liberals and, no offense, but women. And liberals and women don't like blood and guts and geopolitics, except for, of course, Gen X, who we parasocially love, and Celeste Plantagenet, who we parasocially love. And I think Brooklyn might have said that they're a girl. I forget. But Brooklyn, our resident lurker, she might be a girl as well. Harmonic Fox, who's a girl. So we have a few girls, but we don't have we're probably 95% male, right? And so, excuse me, I don't like what? Redmond Berry, are you a girl? That's surprising. But anyways, the point is, the only reason why I'm surprised is because Redmond, in my experience, is not a female name, but I also don't know if that's an internet moniker. We also had, there's a recent onboarding of a woman who is really funny. It's like Barbarian Woman or something like that. She has like a really aggressive name. But anyways, the point is that we need to grow Valor in order for it to be financially viable. So I have a secure employment. And then if I have secure employment creating content, then I'm going to go back to Star Wars and do effectively a Counterpoints 40K channel for all Star Wars content. I can script it. I can write it. I have an editor who can do the content. I just need to know that I can't put energy, time, and money into a project that isn't going to pay off for 2 years when I don't know if my current job isn't going to pay off in the next 6 months, right? I got to make sure that the things right in front of me work first. Well, I was, but I just transitioned. Silver Jacket Man says, where do I find Barbarian Woman for research? Yeah. Give Hippy Dippy another try, 16 times the charm. Yeah, Miles Otwell. To be honest, I love doing panels, and I feel like I got better as a debater and a rhetorician as a result of hosting panels. However, it's just a pain in the ass to get 8 people into the same Discord call all at the same time. That's what it is. And then also, some people are so annoying and stupid in Twitch and YouTube politics, I don't want to have them on the show. And so it just becomes me inviting my friends on to have a panel every couple of weeks. I don't think that's a viable business model for anyone. Whew. Redmond Berry says, I'm a lib and like current events, foreign affairs, etc. As for blood and guts, are we talking about games or movies? I mean, I was talking about real life, Redmond Berry. But Redmond Berry, are you female or a trans woman? Are you a woman? I figured with a Redmond or Berry, those sound like masculine names. Male. Okay, yeah. I mean, that's what I figured. I was talking about women. Good afternoon, Connor in chat. Just open stream to hear you talk about growing audience. If Medicare ever kicks over the Sweetie Squad, we'll be looking for somewhere to go. Just a thought. Okay, cool. Well, we need anyways, the truth is that centrism is good, and I agree with it, and I love it, but it's not enough. It's not enough. But that's okay. That's why we have Warhammer. That's why we have military breakdowns. That's why we have war lore. And eventually we'll have Counterpoint Star Wars. So we'll diversify our content. Oh, included lib with female. Okay, that's my bad. Libs. I'm just saying that libs might not want to watch terrorist apologia all day. I'm not talking about like libs like Destiny libs. DGG libs are perfectly in tune with internet schizophrenia. I'm talking about Midas Touch libs, right? I'm talking about brunch libs. We need to cover xenomorphs and tyranids? Yes. Absolutely. All right. My apologies for speaking unclearly, but let's listen to this man speak unclearly.
Flipped this resentment over the course of the year. He didn't start hearing hearing me say these things that I was saying directly to him and see it in a different light. This is pure narrative, okay? Pure narrative. He's doing post hoc rationalizations. And I think the reason why he's doing these post hoc rationalizations is because he wants to convince you, the viewer, to being like, he duped me and he was duping you with his scary, elusive, mysterious ways of doing propaganda. The real story of what took place is that in the aftermath of October 7, okay, in the aftermath of October 7, we had disagreements. We had significant disagreements. Ethan wanted to hyper focus on the feelings of Israelis and potentially the fears of American Jews in the aftermath of October 7. And my argument always was hyper focusing on the broader picture because I knew what was about to happen. Because history, contrary to what Hosberus liked to tell you, did not start on October 7, 2023. History started far before October 7. Zionism was an exterminationist, ethno-religious supremacist ideology that is identical to Nazi fascism far before October 7. As the Euromed Human Rights Monitor and the Save the Kids Foundation both correctly pointed to, in 2023, before October 7, 2023 was the deadliest year for children in Palestine. And before then, 2022 was the deadliest year for children in Palestine. Why was that happening to the Palestinian children? If history started on October 7, how could that have happened? How could that have happened? And the reality of the matter is, Ethan knows better. He should know better. He lived in Israel. He hated Israel. He talked about how Israel was an exterminationist, crazy country that was incredibly right-wing. In 2021, he posted an Instagram story about it, which I'm sure he'll bring up in a little bit to show his bona fides as to why he's so pro-Palestinian.
Overnight.
After the shock of October 7th,
Sorry, we have to read this, and we're just gonna have to do it. Eric Dom says, and sorry to my female audience in advance, sorry to my women. A Reddit sub makes fun of male authors writing female characters, often sexualizing body parts in the process. The description of the sub says, she breasted boobily down the stairs. That's online politics. Bruh, you're not wrong. No, it doesn't, Miles. I'll address that in a second. Grassroots Hegemon says, I have to get back to work, but I love y'all, and you're funnier than you give yourselves credit for. Later, y'all. Thank you, Grassroots. Thank you for coming and hanging out. Thank you for chilling in chat and for your kind donations. Like the stream. Everyone like the stream if you haven't liked it already. And then subscribe, follow, become a YouTube member if so inclined, become a Twitch sub if so inclined, and also super chats if so inclined. Grassroots, of course, is the king, but we did have some other donors as well. We had Kingslayer Damocles, we had Gen X, we had a few other folks. I think those are the main ones, is Grassroots, Gen X, Kingslayer, and K, who all donated today. Thank you kindly for your donations. They're greatly appreciated. They breasted boobily. No, breasted is not a verb, and neither is boobily, okay? This whole thing starts with Balfour, damn the Brits, still causing problems. No. Okay, no. 3,400 years ago, the Jews left Egypt and colonized what was before Palestine, like the land of Canaan. And they went to war with the Philistines. And they took over Israel, and they created Israel and Judea. And then they were conquered by the Babylonians. Then they were conquered by the Persians. Then they were conquered by the Greeks. Then they were conquered by the Romans. Then they were conquered by the Christian Crusaders. Then they were conquered by Islam. And so as a result of getting conquered a dozen times, there was a Jewish diaspora where Jews spread all over the world. And then those Jews suffered oppression all over the world. And then in the 19th century, there were atheists. So they weren't, the religious folks who believed in the covenant of Abraham that promised them all the land between the Nile and the Euphrates. The original Zionists were not like that, but they said that we have an ancient homeland in what is now Palestine. We need to settle it and colonize it. And so they did in the 19th century. And then in the early 20th century, a third of the global Jewish population got wiped out. And so as a result of them, some went to friendly countries like the United States, and some of them, which wasn't friendly during World War II, by the way, and then some of them went to Israel. And so now it's an inverse thing where I think 6 million of the world's Jews were in Europe prior to the Holocaust. Now 6 million Jews are in the diaspora, and 10 to 11 million Jews are in the state of Israel. And so, no, this problem didn't start 100 years ago. It started 3,500 years ago. So, no. Disagree. Free Palestine says rehearsal week and then action time. Cool. Breasting boobily is not a verb. Redmond, 1975. I wish it was. Harmonic Fox says, but Connor, I'm trying to buy a drum machine. Buy your drum machine. Focus on that. Sacred Snow says, have a good day and luck with personal issues, dude. Hope you find an answer for that doggo. True. Grassroots Pete Buttigieg is such a normal, intelligent dude. He would be so good as president, but I don't think he could win. Same. It's a bit more funny to blame the Brits, though. In it, you're not wrong. You're not wrong there. All right. Anyways, that's enough history. Let's continue.
I noticed a huge increase of anti-Semitic comments from Hasan's stream and Discord, including from his head mod. I was disturbed that Hasan...
Yeah, let's see what these anti-Semitic comments are, okay? Now, remember, there's a lot of story making happening here, okay? There's a lot of story making happening here to make it seem as though, you know, I just showed a very different reality, or I duped this 40-year-old man into I don't know, dangerous radical ideas, and I actually radicalized his audience, not realizing that his audience actually radicalized on their own. They were radicalized by the reality. Many people in his audience, including many people in my audience, were completely oblivious to the horrifying practice of apartheid and genocide that Israel was doing before October 7. October 7 was an act that made a lot of people in the United States of America pay attention to it, okay? And they organically started realizing that the statements coming from Ethan Klein were actually at odds with how they felt about the situation. Now, is it because they were becoming anti-Semitic? No, it's because they started recognizing the reality of Israel's occupation and genocidal practices. So when Israel was doing genocide, which Ethan, again, goes back and forth on, sometimes he thinks it's a genocide, other times he thinks it's a war. His wife certainly doesn't seem to think so. Hila, who was a soldier in the Israeli occupying force, which, again, as I talked about in our...
A genocide can be a component of a war. These are not mutually exclusive things.
Debate where Ethan admitted that she could be considered a terrorist, by the way. Her statements on this are even more right-wing than Ethan's, okay? There's always a steady push and pull here. And of course, his audience, organically, a progressive audience that he had cultivated, not because of leftovers, but even like the girly pops that wanted to care about the goofs and gaffs, obviously started recognizing that some of the stuff that Ethan was saying was damn near identical to what Ben...
I think Mr. Bimbastic is right. He says, it sounds to me like Israel is being very rude. I agree. I think Israel is doing things that are unacceptable. And I never approved of what Israel did. What was the other term that he used that was just insane? Inappropriate. Yeah. Israel is being inappropriate, and what they're doing is unacceptable. Israel is being inappropriate and unacceptable. So I'm just going to invert the language that he used for China. I'll just use that for Israel.
Shapiro was saying, or what Charlie Kirk was saying, or what any number of right-wing commentators were saying about Israel. One of the moments that was majorly consequential is the moment that Ethan actually decided to no longer, when Ethan decided to no longer be on Twitter. Part of the reason why he left Twitter, now he says, is because of all of the anti-Semitism, and there was plenty of anti-Semitism on Twitter after Elon's takeover, so there is plausible deniability there. But the reason why he left Twitter was because he couldn't deal with the fact that he kept wanting to say something, okay, He kept wanting to say something about Israel, and it was always in defense of Israel. Okay?
So, so people make this mistake. Hasan's audience in particular, they make this mistake where any criticism of Israel's enemies is viewed as an endorsement of Israel. But Ethan Klein, the tweet that got him in trouble, Hamas would throw you off a building, was because there was this guy, there was this like sex worker named Muhammad. It's this guy. And this guy was saying some like pro, Hamas shit. And Ethan Klein's 100% correct. This dude does sex work and does drugs and goes partying. He's like a first or second generation dude. Marg Bar America. And this dude posts thirst traps. He's got tattoos. He goes to Planet Fitness, apparently. He's a little bit of a manlet. Listen, I'm going to make fun of him a little bit. This dude's a little bit of a manlet. He's got a little bit of the Jufro. But let's face it, he's got muscles. Those are nice quadriceps. He's obviously been doing leg day. Oh, this is gay as hell. He's just Iranian, mind your business. He's showing us pictures of very hairy men. He posts a picture of him being very hairy. I wonder if he's actually going to post corn. But anyways, the point is that this guy does drugs. He's a sex worker, and he's defending Hamas. And I think it's an okay thing to point out that Hamas doesn't tolerate Western sexual degeneracy or drug abuse, and that they would imprison or kill him. So maybe don't support Hamas. That's a perfectly viable opinion in my opinion. Bear in mind, I'm a Western degenerate, apologist, so maybe that's my fault. But Ethan Klein was based. It was just Hasan's cringe audience couldn't take it. Christian Blair says Hasan and co. rhetoric didn't change when IDF infantry and SF units went into Gaza and attempts to rescue hostages. They are mad if any Palestinians, Hamas, or otherwise die. 100%. It doesn't matter if it's airstrikes. As long as Israel is doing anything, it's bad. Can you review the Andrew Wilson versus apostate prophet debate? 100%. I think it's on my docket. I'm going to write it down just in case it's not. I think I saved it up here. Andrew Wilson versus Misfit Patriot, but you're saying Andrew Wilson versus apostate prophet? We'll add it. We'll move back into right-wing criticism when we're on Valor. I just, I want to criticize the leftoids every now and then. Ironside says, to be fair, I'm going to Planet Fitness is enough reason to label someone a non-person. I mean, yeah, $20 a month, and then you're not allowed to slam the weights. I mean, what kind of vibe is that? Hey, it's the only gym I can walk to, says Commander Haircut. Friendly fire, ceasefire. Show clear.
That famous moment is, and I'm sure someone can fucking bring it up for me right now.
Grassroots says, all right, I lied. I'm still here. Well, welcome back.
Now, that famous moment is when he looked at Mark Barg and his post, a Muslim sex worker, an Iranian Muslim sex worker, who he said, this is it. This was the moment. Enjoy your drugs and being a sex worker, Hamas would kill you on the spot. This is what he tweeted
and
about Muhammad. I'm in South Beach having fun on drugs. This is literally no different than what Israel defenders say. The idea that you can't show solidarity to a people that are being ethnically cleansed is ridiculous. The idea that you cannot show solidarity to the Palestinians because you have fantasized that those Palestinians would be homophobic and fucking kill you and viciously kill you is ridiculous.
What? What's listen, trigger warning, okay? Shamik, what was that German girl's name? German girl, October 7th. Shani Luke. Okay. It's ridiculous. I think later on he calls Hasan, like he calls Ethan Klein a racist. And it's like, the fact that if you were like a drug addicted party degenerate and the Palestinians would just kill you, it's ridiculous. And then meanwhile, on October 7th, 2023, we have Shani Luke, a party girl who was at a party, a party like just north of Gaza, which apparently was like a pro-peace thing. And then she gets killed and her corpse is taken into Gaza and beaten by the crowds. It's like, okay, so you're saying what happened to her on the date that we're talking about is not going to happen. But are we supposed to ignore our eyes? Are these not Palestinian men? Are these not Hamas? Is this not the elected government of Palestine? Is this not a dead woman who was engaging in sexual degeneracy or like drug addicted degeneracy and she was murdered? What are we supposed to be? We're supposed to deny our own eyes. We're supposed to look at reality and somehow just ignore that it happened. Hamas doesn't equal Palestinians. There are giant anti-Hamas Palestinian protests going on right now. Sure. I agree. And I can show sympathy or solidarity to the Palestinian civilians 100%. So yeah, I completely sympathize with the civilian population of Palestinians. They are in between a rock and a hard place, and the rock is the IDF and the hard place is Hamas. I'm with them. But anybody who participated in the mass murder of civilians should get got. It's just that simple. Right. Abad on Quad 6 says, sup, Connor? What's up? Right back to you. She's not murdered because of that. No, bit of a bad point. Wait, so Jory Leitzman, why was she murdered? I mean, like, dude, I'm going to make it rhetorical, okay? The point is, she was murdered for being a Jew in Israel. That's the main reason why she was murdered, right? The drugs and the partying is secondary. Yeah, because she's Israeli. Okay, yeah. All right, I'm tracking. I'm tracking with you. Now, what I would argue, Jory Leachman, is that if I go into Al-Qaeda in Iraq, the Ba'athist Party when they became Islamist fundamentalist, if I go into the Iran or Saudi Arabia or whatever, they're going to argue that this kind of behavior is unacceptable. And they're going to argue that effectively the state should, if a woman behaves that way, they should beat her and put her in at minimum a hijab, if not a niqab. And they're going to look at Egypt with women walking around in Western style clothing, and they're going to say that's degenerate. So I'm with you. It's close enough that we shouldn't bicker. I appreciate it.
Even if that was the case, you could still show solidarity to people, even if they were homophobic, even if they were anti-sex work. Yeah, I know. A lot of people in underdeveloped nations that have been victim of colonial exploitation do not have the same woke mindset that we do here in the Western world, okay? That doesn't change this dynamic at all. I still don't think they should be fucking destroyed. I still don't think that their lives should be ruined, as a matter of fact. No one deserves genocide, period. It doesn't matter if their opinions are not aligned with mine. This is simply trying to engage in the act of pink washing. It's also a conflation between ISIS and Hamas. Hamas is a militant organization that was designed under the rulership of the oppressive Israeli apartheid regime. Hamas's tactics have evolved throughout time and become more radical. Hamas's tactics have become more violent throughout time, but that violence is still maintained. The standard of violence is still maintained by the colonial power in this process, which would be Israel, because Israel has gotten more and more violent throughout time. That's why the the cliche here is that the first intifada was fought with stones and work stoppages, and the second intifada was still relatively peaceful, but there were bus bombings on top of that. Okay, bombings at bus stations. What could have taken place in between that process? Well, if you watched any number of different instances where I've talked about this issue, especially when talking with Zach Foster, a Jewish historian, an academic that has dedicated his entire life's work to Palestine and Palestinian liberation groups, you would know why the Palestinian militancy has become more violent throughout this process, because Israel has become infinitely more violent in its colonial occupation. Why did he even attack this guy? I think he probably said something like "death to America" or something. I don't fucking know. He was wilding out on the timeline. Okay.
Wait. So if somebody says "death to America," on the timeline, I can't say, hey, the way that you live your life, you would be the first victim of jihadist violence. I always show I'm going to spare you the Iraqi body count project stats, but effectively, well, no, I saw some new names in chat. I'll show you again. Iraqi body count project shows a best attempt at the amount of people killed in the conflict in Iraq. It was originally created as a criticism of the American government and all the deaths that they incurred. And if you go ahead and analyze the data based off of their own best estimates, then we have around 211,000 documented deaths of civilians. And if you look at the victims, it's like 80-90% jihadists. That's what it is. It's 80-90% jihadists on civilians and jihadists on jihadists. The coalition murders are almost, or not even murders, the coalition caused deaths are infinitely less than what the jihadists done on themselves. So him pretending like, oh, well, you know, this gay drug addicted guy, he's just responding to oppression. And it's like, okay, that doesn't change the fact that jihadists kill infinitely more people than Americanism, that jihadism is not exclusively a reaction to right-wing colonialism. As a matter of fact, jihadism can be argued to be an outbranch of Islamic colonialism. The caliphates were created by jihadism. They were created by holy struggle. So acting like if America and Israel just put down their weapons, all the jihadists of the world would disappear. You know, that might be a straw man, but that is the implication of his argumentation, I would say. The fact that he even bothers to argue that, I think, is cope. I think it's cope. I think it's total cope, because it takes away the agency of actual jihadist terrorists, and it puts it on the responsibility of the United States of America and Israel. So anytime a terrorist attack happens, it's because of American oppression. It's not because there's psychopathic, freakish, right-wing religious zealots within the world of Islam that want to conquer the world in the name of Islam. That's not why. It's because America and Israel are bad. So, you know, that I think it's very convenient thinking. The left is never escaping the mostly peaceful meme. Dude, all the time. They're uniquely and explicitly genocidal and always have been. Bro, like bus bombing, you know, totally indicating they want to coexist. Whoopsies, I skipped the whole second intifada bit. My bad. K-Soko, congrats. Ooh, what did K-Soko do? My presentation was a complete success. The company has given me the green light to implement my process and procedures to modernize the facility. Winning. So we're all going to celebrate K-Soko right now, because as we all know, the dozens of people who decided to show up into my chat today, you all have a 3,000 IQ. You are all becoming sharper, smarter, better, stronger, faster as a result of being a part of this community. And as a result, you are going to have more success in life. So Celeste Plantagenet already got a better job. Jonah Boy has been applying for jobs and getting better jobs. Grassroots Hegemon is a wildly successful person. K-Soko just did a presentation for his job, and he's wildly succeeding. We are small, we are young, but we are strong, and we are getting better all the time. So K-Soko, congratulations. Miles Otwell says, when bringing up stats on jihadist terrorism, does it feel like the old 1350? I mean, it can, but then you have to contend with the argument, right? So if you want to say that it's just like 1350, right? So the way that right wingers brought up 1350 was to point out that there's something fundamentally broken about the black community that can only be solved through mass incarceration. That's the way that the right wing brings up 1350. The left wing brings up 1350 when they choose to do so, because they acknowledge crime statistics, but then they go on to argue about all the historic injustices that have happened that have caused the black community such calamity. And those narratives are true. The same way that I'm not going to deny that, jihadism can be exacerbated by Western interventionism. That's 100% true. You could run me down the entire historic narrative. I don't even think we would disagree. But where we disagree is, what do you do with a murderer who participates in 1350? In my mind, you incarcerate the shit out of that person. You put him in jail or prison for minimum. If it's like normal homicide, 20 years. If it's intentional homicide, 50 to life. You know, that's what I do with murderers in my society. I throw them in prison, and if the case is grievous enough, then they get capital punishment. Same thing with jihadist terrorists. What do you do with jihadist terrorists regardless of whether or not your interventions have been bad? If somebody intentionally massacres dozens of civilians in the name of their religion or in the name of their ideology, they get killed. That's what you do with jihadists. Whereas what Hasan says is, what you actually do is you drop your borders. You stop having borders. That's what you do in order to combat jihadism. I wish I was making this position up, but I've already heard the clip. He said that what Israel should have done in response to October 7th is they should have democratically deposed Bibi Netanyahu, and they should have allowed the right of return. That's what should have happened. It's like, Kingslayer says 3,000 in IQ, bro. I'm barely literate. Doesn't matter. You're incredibly gifted in some aspect of your life. I know it. Grassroots for $20 says big ups to K Soko for his success, and I couldn't agree more. Jonah Boy says, I haven't gotten the better job yet. I'm still applying, lol, but soon. Soon, brother, soon. Bud123 says, no one on the left denies the statistic and claims it's propaganda and is a white supremacist neo-Nazi argument, but they are not in touch with the black Americans who want there to be police. Well, Bud123, exactly. And I would argue that plenty of people who have been victims of jihadist terrorism are stuck in positions where they can barely criticize the jihadist terrorists in their ranks for fear of violence. It's the same thing with the protesters in Gaza who were protesting against Hamas. They got executed. They got killed. Where's Hasan's crocodile tears for those people? Sorry, just trying to click a button. Let's continue.
There's more to this, though. He had a back and forth. Does anyone have that? Do you guys have the back and forth that took place? Because he expands on his ideology here. Yeah, I stopped using Twitter to protest Elon. No, you stopped using Twitter because you couldn't handle the backlash of your racist-ass comments. There was a queer Muslim content creator. Do you think we forgot?
Please tell me what was racist about it. I would love to hear about what's racist about it.
You are a ghoul, fucking freak. I'm the freak and ghoul, yet here you are still refusing to criticize Hamas. I haven't killed any children or families or burned anyone alive lately. Who's the freak and the ghoul? Why do you have harsher words for me than Hamas? Was it hard to type that bullshit with one hand, jerking off to the thought of queer Muslims being murdered? Bro, what the fuck? I'm fully in your corner. What was wrong? What was I wrong about? This is the revolution you're supporting, right? Just don't go anywhere near Hamas because your life would 100% be in danger. Am I wrong genuinely? The idea that...
No, he's not wrong.
Once again, every single person involved in whether it's affairs of civil governance or involved in militancy against the state of Israel is a fucking barbaric rapist monster that will burn your ass on the spot is ridiculous. And he hasn't changed.
Bruh, how is this a thing? Did we not see like the footage? Did I not see the footage of Hamas just like brutalizing and murdering families? Is this entire conversation not in the context of like 900 civilians being intentionally slaughtered? Am I being gaslit? What is happening? Dude, what is happening here? He's like, if you think that everybody involved in militancy against Israel supports the slaughter of civilians, and you're just crazy. And it's like, wait, hold on. What does Hamas believe? Don't they believe that everything they did on October 7th is justified? Don't most supporters of Hamas think that October 7th was justified? What are you talking about, bro? What, Chad, am I missing something? What am I missing? Ironside says gay Hamas apologists make as much sense as Ye at a Klan rally. Bro, I'm losing it. What is going on? He's like, reality is racist. And it's like, what? Wait, what? How? Please explain.
From this perspective, because he literally said about me going to Gaza potentially, right? When I was working alongside Jeremy Scahill to try to apply pressure to the Egyptian government during the brief period of ceasefire, to open up the Rafah crossing so Western media could actually go into the Gaza Strip, which Israel obviously never allowed, and then Israel destroyed the entire ceasefire anyway. In that process, he kept saying if he goes to Gaza, he'll be a high-profile target for Hamas. Why the fuck would they do that? If Hamas was in the business of kidnapping any random non-Palestinian that happens to be inside of Gaza, they would have kidnapped a shit ton of the aid workers. Except those aid workers were, once again, just like I was concerned about my own safety and well-being, those aid workers were killed by Israel, not Hamas, like the World Central Kitchen aid workers that were killed by Israel. They were there under the watchful gaze of Jose Andres. They were working alongside the Israeli government. The Israeli government brought World Central Kitchen to the Gaza Strip to show the world, to disprove the narrative by their estimation that they were not letting humanitarian aid flow into the Gaza Strip. So they worked with Jose Andres, a very famous chef, a very famous activist chef, and his group, World Central Kitchen. And what did they do? What did they do in that process? Because they had created killing fields, their fucking Israeli.
Okay, so what I was looking for was kidnapping of foreign aid workers, which I'm sure has happened at some point, but it didn't pop up immediately on Google. I'll try another search momentarily. But what was funny about what I found almost immediately is that probably the reason why Hamas, didn't kidnap these foreign aid workers, some of them allegedly being foreign, is because one is accused of kidnapping a woman, another is said to have handed out ammunition, a third was described as taking part in the massacre at a kibbutz where 97 people died. All were said to be employees of the United Nations aid agency that schools, shelters, and feeds hundreds of thousands of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. So it's because they were complicit in the massacre. Bro, yeah, they didn't kidnap them. It's because they were jihadist sympathizers and they helped out. Like we saw the hospital staff hiding hostages. So yeah, you know what, Hasan, you're right. You caught me. The UN aid workers weren't kidnapped by Hamas because they were helping Hamas commit acts of violence. Amazing. Foreign aid worker kidnapped by Hamas. We already know that the Houthis kidnapped people. So while there have been reports of aid workers being killed or injured in Gaza, notably during the ongoing conflict, there's no recent information suggesting that a foreign aid worker has been kidnapped by Hamas. Okay, that's the AI overview. Last living American hostage. Aid workers reported killed. That's probably Israel. Okay, I mean, we'll just take it. We'll just take it on face value that Hamas has not kidnapped foreign aid workers. I think the reason why. So, number one, bad press for them. Number two, the aid workers are probably there to help the civilian population, so that's probably bad press for their domestic population. Number three, it looks like some aid workers helped with the terrorist attack. So why would you be interested in kidnapping somebody who is helping you? That's an interesting point, Hasan. I never thought about it that way. Thanks for illuminating me.
Occupying force commanders lasered the World Central Kitchen aid workers. So yes, the major fear here is not Hamas in terms of going into the Gaza Strip. It's Israel.
Well, Bud123 says, doesn't Israel claim that aid workers and organizations are working with Hamas to justify bombing them? Yeah, Bud123, but we need to expand it a little bit. Okay? There can be a piece of exaggerative propaganda, like Israel says all the aid workers in the Gaza Strip are working with Hamas, and then they use that as an excuse in order to bomb a hospital. But at the same time, if you actually review CCTV footage, and there's doctors and nurses helping to usher hostages down into the basement of the hospital. And then if you have a UNRWA, I forget what it stands for, but you have employees who are taking part in the massacre by handing out ammo and helping out with hostages. It's like, okay, well, is that argument partially true? You know, just because it's a pro-Israeli propaganda talking point doesn't mean that it's wrong. The same way that Hamas can say that Israel bombed the hospital, right? They can say Israel bombed the hospital. Now, maybe what happened was Israel bombed the parking lot. That was the one that Hasan and Ethan were fighting over originally, where a bomb went off on the parking lot, and it did kill dozens of people, including civilians. But according to the IDF, it was a failed rocket from Hamas. According to Hamas, it was a bomb. You know, they're exaggerating it for their own political and propagandistic effect, right? And Israel would say, "Oh, we targeted a militant," which could be true. And then Hamas is going to say, "Yeah, but you killed dozens of civilians." Yeah, it could be true. It's not the question of whether or not the propaganda is being used by a side that determines whether or not a fact is true. Peter Ponlapel says, I think he has a slight point that portraying all Palestinians as jihadists or barbaric does legitimize IDF violence. The rest of what it says is nonsense. I'm with you. So just as an example, we watched earlier in the Syrian footage, we watched a baby being removed from rubble, and that baby was alive, thank God. But think of how many babies and think of how many family members of Palestinians died and are just stuck in the rubble, right? I could imagine seeing that and then telling myself there is nothing that, you know, the ontologically evil mean. It's like, you know, my enemies are ontologically evil, and there's no thing that I can do to them that would, you know, be beyond, you know, reason or something like that. Let's take a look at this meme. Because it was joked about in the Bosch community, and then it's become very serious. Ontologically evil meme. So, smug smirk. How I wake up knowing my enemies are ontologically evil and there's no act against them that is wrong. So this is a meme in like left-wing spheres, but I think it's a radicalizing meme. So when you watch like a Indonesian guy who's working in Gaza get his head chopped off with a backhoe, you just go, he's a part of Israel, right? Same thing with like families getting machine gunned. You go, they're part of Israel, right? So that's how this logic of supporting terrorism is possible, is because they unironically believe this meme. And I think that as much as, like I've mentioned before, I'm a tepid Zionist, I think that Israel has a right to exist. I do view as the operations in Gaza as not only counterproductive, but potentially evil. Ethnic displacement, ethnic cleansing is evil. It's bad. Should not be done. So, yeah. Christian Blair, Bud123, that was the question. Christian Blair is not against IDF personnel, but any Israeli civilian or otherwise. It's like January 6th. Most January 6ers were not connected to far-right groups, just average MAGA supporters. Yeah, probably. Well, QC John says, World Kitchen aid workers helping in the massacre. What recipes are they using in the anarchist textbook? The Molotov cocktail one. Grassroots Hegemon says, we can probably start there, but what's the fastest way I know to get you to like the framework that's worked for me for 15 years and I've never missed a job? I'm not sure what that's in reference to, but MB says, hey, Connor, I know you're busy with the movement. Just wondering if you ever got to read that email I sent you in regards to economic ideas a bit back for your Econoboy debate. No, I'm sorry. I am being lazy, MB. My apologies. I do have 37 emails that I need to read, but half of them are like sponsorship opportunities for Warhammer 40K. The other half are emails for like 3D printing stuff that I'm trying to do for the firearms. And I also do have your email saved and unread. So it's a part of that 37, but I'm not going to lie. When I get done with work, I look at 37 and then I'm just like, So my apologies. I will look at it. I promise. Yeah. Sugar into rocket fuel. That's kind of a meme, but also kind of true. But anyways, you need pure sugar. You can't, like, at least to my knowledge, you can't reverse engineer treats into sugar for rocket fuel, or at least it's a really inefficient process. What is the proper response to Israel evil in your estimation? They're not evil. So evil is, in my opinion, it's doing bad things and knowing that you're doing bad things. That's evil. And so I would say that some actions taken by Israel in the Gazan Strip are evil. However, I don't think that makes the project of Israel inherently evil. The same way that I would argue that what Hamas did is evil, 100%. October 7th and its outcome, I morally assign to Hamas, and I think of it as evil. It is doing wrong and knowing that it's wrong. However, the Palestinian population is civilians trapped in a cultural and political pressure cooker that they are unable to escape. And so as a result, I do not think that Palestinians are evil, right? It's like actions can be evil, but I think it's very seldom that individuals are irredeemably evil. Grassroots says that was in reference to Jonah Boy and advice around the 6th. Okay, cool. Yep. I meant the response to evil actions, apologies. Anything beyond public finger wagging seems like a death warrant. To Israel or to Palestine? Yeah, you would have to explain that a little bit. Because with Israel, why would criticism be a death warrant, particularly in the Western world? We're allowed to criticize them as much as we want. And then in reference to Hamas and Palestinians, you can also criticize them almost endlessly in the Western world. So unless you live someplace else, you can be pretty hyperbolic. There must be a reason for why they restrict candy, because otherwise it's just cartoonishly evil. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we did it in high school chemistry. Raw sugar can be cooked into a solid fuel source. Yep. Anyways, sorry, Hasan. Please continue with your lukewarm geopolitical analysis.
And the reason why I bring this up is because Ethan still doesn't recognize that. He still, to this day, does not recognize that. He still thinks it's like Hamas is the barbaric, violent force.
Well, we did watch them decapitate people, murder families, and drag their corpses around in Gaza as if they were hunting trophies. So I would describe that as barbaric. Do you not, Hasan?
And not Israel. Israel is a far greater evil in the region than Hamas ever could be. This is the truth.
Because of the numbers of dead? Do you keep the same energy for Bashar al-Assad, who started a civil war that killed 500,000 people? Do you keep the same energy for Saddam Hussein, who used VX gas in order to gas his own people? Do you keep the same energy for Muammar Gaddafi, who led a dystopian authoritarian regime for decades and bombed the civilian airliner in Scotland, leading to 300 dead people? Like, I would be okay with him being like an aggressive critic of Israel and its, the casualties that happened as a result of Israel's expansion. I'm okay with that. But do you keep the same energy for all of the Arab, Muslim, and other ethno group Muslim participants? And my suspicion is no.
That's it. There is plenty of evidence to showcase this truth. This is just the reality. It's an observable reality that you cannot deny. Okay? That's it.
I can say that specifically targeting people with smart weapons and trying to minimize civilian casualties as maximally as possible is better than indiscriminate slaughter of civilians. And indiscriminate slaughter of civilians is way more barbarous than collateral damage. I 100% can say that.
You are a lesser evil voter and you wanted to vote for Kamala Harris, for example, because of the
Soko says, I think Gaddafi was a worse guy than Saddam. Any thoughts? Well, we did sell Saddam weapons of mass destruction and he used them against the Kurds and the Shia. So you would have to find me a crime that Gaddafi did that was worse than that.
Lesser evil voting that you wanted to engage in, then you should be a lesser evil voter and vote for Hamas as opposed to
What? What?
Kamala Harris, for example, because of the lesser evil voting that you wanted to engage in, then you should be a lesser evil voter and vote for Hamas as opposed to Israel in this process, because Israel has done an October 7 to the entire Palestinian population over and over again for the past 16 months. Israel has so much more power than Hamas has ever had.
Oh my God, look at his chat. Yup. 8 Pepe. Let's go. Facts. Bro, his chat is retarded.
Disprove the narrative in their by their estimation
But
that
they
were
Hamas triple tap.
not letting humanitarian aid flow into the Gaza Strip. So they worked with Jose Andres, a very famous chef, a very famous activist chef, and his group, World Central Kitchen. And what did they do? What did they do in that process? Because they had created killing fields, their fucking Israeli occupying force commanders lasered the World Central Kitchen aid workers. So yes, the major fear here is not Hamas in terms of going into the Gaza Strip. It's Israel. And the reason why I bring this up is because Ethan still doesn't recognize that. He still, to this day, does not recognize that. He still thinks it's like Hamas is the barbaric, violent force. And not...
Yeah, bro. Okay, sorry. This is actually so dumb. So when the military, and I'm not saying that IDF doesn't do war crimes. I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do messed up stuff. I'm sure they kill civilians, et cetera, et cetera. But with modern military forces, you're uniformed so people know that you're a part of the military force. You engage with other uniformed personnel, and if the enemy is uniformed, you use them for target prioritization. And then after that, you like there's irregular militias that we fight all the time, and so as a result, we target people who have weapons that seem intent on harming us. That's like the target priority list, okay? And then when you have rules of engagement, typically, if IDF, presuming that IDF is adopting the Western standard, you have to be able to articulate imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to yourself or others, and others can be civilians, others can be your fellow military members, and others can be, or not others, but then obviously you can defend yourself as well. So you walk into a territory with a rifle, and then, or a tank, and then if somebody shoots rockets or small arms fire or hits you with an IED or EFP, and they have like a radio and they were just setting it off, clicking their button or whatever, then what you can do is you can aim at that person and you can shoot. Now, because adrenaline is a hell of a drug, you might just like dump a full mag into the general direction of this guy who's trying to kill you. And then what ends up happening is not only do you hit that guy, but you also hit like a half dozen civilians around him, okay? That's what IDF, that's what Western coalition forces do in the war on terror, okay? They go into a situation that's dangerous. They know that it's dangerous. They kind of wait to get attacked, or they do get attacked, and then they respond to that attack by killing the things that's trying to kill them. That's how the rules of engagement are supposed to work. Alternatively, if airstrikes or artillery or drones see people who are setting up in order to attack friendly military forces, then they can hit that person with a bomb, hit that person with a missile, et cetera, and sometimes that causes collateral damage where they took out the person who had the AK-47 or the mortar or the rocket, but then they also killed the civilians that were around that guy because, let's face it, our bombs are pretty big. That's how modern military forces conduct themselves. The way that Hamas conducted themselves is they walked into an enemy area, and instead of looking for armed Israeli forces and for militia members who had weapons, they just walked around and they started murdering all of the civilians intentionally. They see a human being that is a part of a different ethno-religious group, and they just shoot them or stab them. Okay, that's what Hamas was doing. And so if Israel adopted the same tactics that Hamas did, then the casualty figure would not be 65,000 dead with 200,000 indirect deaths. The death toll would be like 2 million. Okay, so since the casualty figure is 65,000 dead with 200,000 indirect deaths, starvation, disease, etc., we already know that Israel is not conducting itself in the same barbaric ways that Hamas does. Did I sufficiently explain that? Does that make sense? Because this is the kind of like stupid 80 IQ bullshit that has infected tens of thousands of my countrymen via the dumbest geopolitical vehicle that I can possibly think of, which is a moderately attractive, handsome Turkish man who doesn't understand shit about fuck. Did the past 2 to 3 minute rant make sense? Please confirm if it made sense in chat. Sorry for missing the dono, but Grassroots with 20 bucks says, I am a super Zionist and very hard-headed in Israel's favor in most places, but I'm really heartened that Palestinians are openly protesting against Hamas. That's a wonderful thing to see. Agreed. Commander Haircut says, this just in, elections where you have to pick one or the other are literally the same as observing conflict between two opposing enemies. Bro, that's one of the... Yeah, I heard that from Hasan, and it actually gave me brain damage. We finally... It took like 4 hours to get into the content. We finally got into the content. Holy shit. I don't recall Israel murdering protest leaders when they spoke up against the likes of Hamas. Vote for Kamala as the lesser of two evil. Abaddon the Despoiler. Which way, Western liberal? Well, if you leave it to MAGA, they would vote for Abaddon the Despoiler. I see. I came 4 hours late today. Hi, where are we? Bro. One reason why we switched to 3-round burst. Lol. Yeah. Jonah Boy, I mean, Abaddon failed 12 Crusades. No, he didn't fail. They retconned that. Makes sense. Yes. Thank you, Brooklyn. Good to see you. We were talking about you earlier, just saying that you're our resident favorite lurker. They just didn't have the opportunity they had on October 7th. Yeah. Yes. Made sense. Hasan is attractive if you never hear him speak. Okay. The Crusades were an attempt by the Catholic Church to set Islam back a century and keep them from becoming the dominant religion, killing other religious groups in the name of the Christian God. Okay. I'm not talking about crusading. Woosah. Everybody do some box breathing. In for 4 seconds. Hold for 4 seconds. Out for 4 seconds. Okay.
Israel is a far greater evil in the region than Hamas ever could be. This is the truth. That's it. There is plenty of evidence to showcase this truth. This is just...
Dude, look. Disgusting apartheid enjoyer. He thinks all Arabs are. Israel isn't like that. Gila. Yeah, they're literally not like that. 3 strikes along, almost 2 miles of travel. It was no accident.
The reality. It's an observable...
Ethan begged for this, by the way, because Hamas are the Arabs. But guys, Ethan tweeted 4 to 5 years ago how he's against the Israeli government.
You cannot...
I know people who worked in Gaza prior to this, and it was like a joke there that Israel may kill you and nobody will ever be held responsible. Gets timed out. It's crazy that Muhammad's tweet was months old when he quote tweeted it. Okay.
Okay? That's it. If you are a lesser evil voter and you wanted to vote for Kamala Harris, for example, because of the lesser evil voting that you wanted to engage in, then you should be a lesser evil voter and vote for Hamas.
That's a crazy take. Let's see how his chat reacts. This is what I'm most interested in because these are tens of thousands of brain poisoned, brain broken teenagers. Watch this.
As opposed to Israel. In
truth, Hamas only exists in this form because Israel does. He recognizes that he's choosing not to acknowledge it.
Because Israel has done on October 7 to the entire Palestinian population over and over again for the past 16 months. Israel has so much more power than Hamas has ever had.
Period.
And it has used
literally.
That power for true evil, for death and destruction.
Pepe, true. Base.
It's ridiculous. There is no moral playing field here. But even if the moral playing field was even, just looking at...
Bro, I just need to start endorsing terrorist organizations. That's what we need to do. I guess that's like the path. The path to streaming success is just endorsing terrorist organizations. That is bananas. Has Hamas killed any aid workers? Bro, we watched them murder 900 civilians. What are you talking about?
The sheer cap.
Hold on, let's write that down. 119. I'm just going to start clipping Hasan whenever he endorses terrorism. 11900. Lesser of 2 evil votes is Hamas. That's crazy pants.
Casualty numbers and the percentage of who Israel has targeted and who Israel has killed versus who Hamas targeted and who Hamas killed, the numbers on the board reflect a very different reality that does not make Israel look good.
Yeah, Shadow 2 Bravo. Leftist who's never had to actually live by an ROE makes me lose my mind. Dude, there are grunts that I deployed with that misunderstand ROE because what happened was during training, because I went through multiple ROE trainings when I was getting ready for deployment, they walked you through the pen flare, the laser, the warning shots, then the actual shots, right? And so what ended up happening was a bunch of grunts and pugs got out and they thought that in order to kill someone, you have to shoot a pen flare by them, you have to shine a laser in their eyes, you have to shoot a warning shot, and then you have to shoot them. But that's not true at all. if you look at the bottom of every single ROE card, every single ROE card says that you may intervene if you reasonably believe that there is imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. And that's the same standard for law enforcement, by the way. And so as a result, if you can articulate why you think somebody's going to get hurt or killed, you can kill that person. That's what it is. That's the undergirding structure of every deadly force engagement almost worldwide. And so the fact that Hasan thinks that walking in to a room of civilians and then just murdering everyone is akin to let's run a scenario real quick. I know I'm explaining this to you and you guys all have 3,000 IQ, so you already understand this. I know you already understand, okay? But please just listen to me for the people who watch the VOD who don't understand, okay? Let's run a scenario. A mass shooter walks into a building and sees 3 people, and they shoot all 3 people and kill them, okay? And there's 20 more people in the background, but they only murder 3 people, and then they decide, actually, mass shooting's not for me. They walk out, okay? Let's say a law enforcement officer walks into a building, and there's a bad guy and 2 civilians that are standing right next to each other. And let's say that there's 30 people all around, and the bad guy is on the verge of gunning down everyone in the building, okay? And the cop shoots the bad guy, but because of adrenaline, he does a mag dump, and he hits the 2 people to either side of the bad guy, and he kills 3 people. What Hasan's worldview wants you to believe is that the law enforcement officer who shot the bad guy and killed 2 civilians in the process, while the actual intent of his actions is to save the 30 people who are around, is morally equivalent to the mass shooter who walked into the building and shot 3 people intentionally. He has flattened these things morally to be the same. And I cannot think of a more stupid, myopic, morally idiotic statement to make. Okay? This person has tens of thousands of live viewers. This person has hundreds of thousands of post-recorded views. And there are endless amounts of teenagers in his chat saying that, yes, eat, slay queen based. And yet his moral understanding of conflict and violence is that I could explain this to a 7-year-old child, and I'm pretty sure they would understand the moral difference. I can't believe it. I can't believe that this is popular alternative media entertainment in our country. It's actually repulsive. I never said they weren't justified. They had a very specific intent, though, to set Islam back. Talk about the crusade still. I'm excited for it to come out that Hasan is paid by Qatar or something, Commander Haircut. I agree, but I think that at this point he's self-funded because he gets so much ad revenue. I don't think he needs foreign money because he gets so much ad revenue and so much super chats. Hamas targeted a peace concert. How can they be better than Israel? I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro. But what should they do, bro? Not that. They should attack IDF and they should do protests, okay? The Great March of Return, they should do the Great March of Return times 10,000 and they shouldn't throw rocks at IDF. Sasha Lynn says, you should watch a video called Terror Tunnels. They interview Hamas and hear them saying using civilians as shields is necessary for their victory. Yeah, absolutely. I ran out of charity. Just get in the wood chipper. Bruh. Thank you for the dono. Ironside, have you ever considered that Hasan's paycheck is dependent on him saying retarded things? Well, dude, apparently I need to say more retarded things, but I don't know if I can. I think that if I started endorsing terrorist organizations, I would actually just start like throwing up in my mouth. So the fact that this is acceptable, laudable, monetizable, gets you rich. I don't know what that says about our culture. I don't know what it says about America. I don't know what it says about the future of the Western world. It's repulsive to me. It makes me want to throw up. Sacred Snow makes an interesting point. Joe Rogan of the left. Yeah, dude. This New York Times wrote an opinion piece that glazed this guy a few weeks ago. You want me? See, here's the thing, man. Here's the real thing. You, ostensibly, a healthy chunk of you are Democrats, okay? There's a few Republicans, there's a few disaffected centrists, but a healthy chunk of you are Democrats who want to hear a not totally insane, mildly socially conservative perspective. Okay, that's a healthy chunk of you. Okay, if the Democratic Party endorses Hasan Piker and normalizes his position, I will not be a part of your coalition. It's just that simple. I will not endorse terrorism. I will not pretend that collateral damage and mass murder are the same. I will not flatten these hierarchies of violence. I will not pretend that this is normal or acceptable or laudable. It's not going to happen. So if you have Hasan Piker and I in the same room, let's say that we go to the DNC because I'm so pissed off at Republicans that I go to the DNC in order to support the lesser of two evils because MAGA is still a blight on our society. Let's say that we do that. And I'm sharing a stage with Hasan Piker and the subject of Israel-Palestine comes up. I'm not going to be quiet about what he said in the past. I am not going to shut my mouth in order to allow this man to continue to rant his nonsense and his evil world perspective to tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of young people. It's not going to happen. So pick your poison. You're responsible for every bullet that you shoot, period, right? Relatively speaking, yeah. Now, they can be excused because if the intent was to kill somebody and then you accidentally kill somebody else, you could still get, excused for that bullet. But yeah, you own every bullet you shoot. Corey Peltzman says, Hasan's father started a populist party in Turkey and now him and Cenk are pushing populist propaganda. Unsurprising. Historically, we know that peaceful tactics against an authoritarian regime is more successful. Yep. Bruh, watch Destiny versus Mark Lamont Hill's debate on this. It'll change your mind on Israel. It changed mine. Maybe. Just got to find the centrist terrorist org. Yeah, where's the centrist terrorist org? The Grill Hottists. Dude, Ironside, that's us. That's us. The Grill Hottists. The Counterpoints Grill Hottists. I'm going to have somebody make merch. Yo, that's going in the permanent notes section. We're gonna engage in Grill Hottest terrorism. We're gonna encourage you to get your shit together to start making money and then to start paying your bills and taxes. And then they were like, how do we overthrow the system? We're gonna be like, by doing this. Yeah, I support terrorism. Grill Hottism. If blenders weren't for people, why can we? Oh, okay. You guys are memeing harder than me. What have I signed up for? Grill Hottism. U.S. centrists are blowing up people. All right. I just realized Trump is just the Hasan of the right. Poor guy has just been misunderstood. So true. So true. All right. Sorry. Let's get back into it. But I'm happy that as much as I was yapping for a prolonged period, I'm happy that Grill Hottism came out of this. Oh,
is what Ethan is saying is true? No, it's not. He's doing the fucking ISIS conflation, saying that like Hamas would throw you off the roofs or whatever. And by the way, before people turn around and say, oh my God, well, Hasan, what do you say to this? Hamas has executed this gay person or whatever. First and foremost, let me explain to you how that process works. As I explained to Ethan as well in our leftovers conversation, as a matter of fact, the last one that we had in the studio, Israel will blackmail and extort gay queer Palestinians with compromising footage in order to turn them into collaborators. And in that process, and this has been the same practice for every fucking resistance group, every resistance group throughout history, whether it be the IRA, which implemented the practice of kneecapping, or whether it be the ANC, which implemented the practice of putting tires around the necks of collaborators and lighting them on fire, a practice called necklacing. Okay. Hamas, when they find collaborators that are working alongside Israel, will execute them. This isn't appropriate. I don't think it's appropriate.
Dude, appropriate. Executing gay people, not appropriate. All right. Well, QC John says, I'm a radical girl hottest. I have charcoal propane combined in a Blackstone. Bro, that's based. At least Joe Rogan has some scientists once in a while. Real scientists, true. Given Hasan's lack of acknowledgement on who his father is, I can't help but feel things he says are intentional. Maybe. Considering his father, what was it, like the Forward Party or whatever? Medium rare, and the answer is haram. Bruh. There's another girl here, I know. We got We got half a dozen girls in the Grill Hottest chat. But I'm sorry, I'm really enjoying the Grill Hottism. But the point is, the fact that he's talking about, like, okay, Hamas executes gay people. Well, you know what Israel does? They use the homosexual identities in order to recruit spies of, in the Hamas organization. And when the Hamas organization finds out, they execute them, which I find inappropriate. It's like, okay, bro. Okay. I think you've been credibly accused of being a terrorist sweeper, and I think all this does is reaffirm that perspective. That's bananas. That is a wild way to describe executing gay people. It's inappropriate. Okay, that's not very heckin' nice. Oh man. Kingslayer Damocles says that's just untrue. The ANC disavowed everyone who necklace people. Hamas celebrates that kind of stuff. Yeah. The ANC killed 200 people over the course of 15 years, and like a third of them were law enforcement who were enforcing draconian authoritarian measures. Whereas Hasan's favorite group, Hamas, who does inappropriate things sometimes, Hamas does inappropriate things sometimes. They killed 900 people in a single day. Okay. Yeah, don't blow up my argument with facts and logic. No, that's the Grill Hottest way. Bruh. This guy's rich. He's famous. Why? He's an idiot, and he's bad at making argumentation. I swear to God, the CIA was like, this dude's a moron, and he's going to make the entire left look worse. Let's bankroll his career. I'm starting to get convinced that Hasan Piker is a CIA psyop. That's what's going on. Half of these people are CIA agents. There's no way.
Appropriate. But
all of the people who are like, yes, based, king, queen, slay. All those people were CIA agents. Bruh. They're all up in Langley laughing their ass off.
It's no different than what the IRA did. Shooting someone's kneecaps. That's where the term kneecap comes from, by the way, the band kneecap. And that's precisely what the ANC, supposedly under the watchful, humanitarian, peaceful, pacifist gaze of fucking Nelson Mandela, did in terms of necklacing, putting a rubber tire around someone's neck and lighting it on fucking fire for the crime of collaborating with the apartheid government.
I do not know the Y-Files, K-Soko, and I'm not a Hecklefish fan yet.
Was seemingly okay with this. Can you do you care that your chat is calling me racist? Do you make any attempt to modify?
I have not looked at my chat.
Moderate that at all?
I have not looked at my chat at all, but
I just opened it, but don't you have moderators? Do you care at all about what your audience says about me?
This is, I think, probably the most honest criticism that Ethan has here, okay? Which is that his feelings are hurt. His feelings are hurt because he's saying things to an audience that has a higher political acumen than he does. And that audience is obviously tuned into the frequency of right-wing reactionary propaganda. So, of course, they immediately hear some of the words that are taking place in this conversation, which, by the way, more informative than this context nuke. If you want to understand Ethan's actual framework and actual perspective on the matter, you should go back and rewatch that.
The dozens of teenagers who were like, yeah, Hamas, lesser of two evils, Hamas based, yes, slay. Like, all of those are more politically literate than Ethan Klein, who says, hey guys, Israel does a lot of really messed up shit, but I think murdering civilians on a massive scale is wrong. That's the audience that is infinitely more politically informed. Bro, the fact that iDubbbz, who is Hasan Piker's friend, said that unironically made me lose whatever modicum of respect I had for the man. I didn't have much respect to begin with, but whatever modicum of respect I had for iDubbbz as a creator evaporated with that comment where he's like, listen, Listen, Hasan's audience is just more informed on political takes. Hasan is just better equipped to have these complex conversations about geopolitical issues. And then you watch a Hasan video and it's like, between the lesser of two evils in Israel and Hamas, you should vote Hamas. It's like, that's your geopolitical depth, bro. That's your analysis, bro. This is your champion, bro. That's crazy. Man. Kingslayer Damocles says, no one claimed Mandela was peaceful. The claim was that Mandela is he was a saboteur, which is violence. Yeah. Mandela, again, over the course of 15 years, the ANC killed like 176 people, 60 of whom were law enforcement officers. Hamas killed 900 civilians in one day, and I think killed 1,200 people totally. That was one day. We're not even looking at the rest of the intifadas. We're not even looking at the rest of the terrorist attacks. We're not even looking at bus blowing up. Literally just in the past 2 years, there was 1,200 people slaughtered, 900 of whom were civilians. The head of the political party his dad's a founding member of wrote heartfelt letters about the Hamas leaders when they died and called them great leaders. Unsurprising. I think Commander Haircut. I think genocide and terrorism are bad. How uneducated are you? Like, bro. Oh, wow. This is rough, bro. They have done a whoopsie daisies every now and then. Yeah, they've done a little whoopsies. Hasan really is here to make progressives look awful. Dude, I'm convinced. Hasan is the CIA plant, dude. Nick Fuentes is a CIA plant in order to make the dissident right wing look bad, and Hasan Piker is a CIA plant in order to make the left look bad. It's the only thing that makes sense. It's the only thing that makes sense. Grassroots Judgment for 10 says Hasan Piker exists to make me more right wing. Exactly. Which, by the way, we should just keep watching Hasan Piker. Sacred Snow says he's really Israel's greatest ally. Bruh. Bruh. All right, sorry. We need to get through it. I'm just fucking hell. I think I'm becoming delirious over the past 30 minutes because the assault of bad takes is just impressive.
Debate that we did.
Sorry. Quick chill, because Grassroots Hegemon has been way too kind today. He's been donating up a storm. So thank you for the donation, but please pace yourself. I know every time I talk about money, you're like, hey, bro, don't worry about it. But I'm serious. You know, I don't want you to blow everything in one go. OK, we need your support in general. But I also want to thank Kay for becoming a YouTube member. I want to support I want to thank Gen X for giving us a kind donation as well. I want to thank Grassroots. You drowned everybody else. There was one more person. Oh, Kingslayer Damocles, thank you for the donation. I want to thank everybody who donated. Thank you kindly. Be sure to like the video if you haven't liked so already, so other people know that we're live. Be sure to engage with the VODs if you have to dip out because you're at work or you're busy or you got family or whatever. Go ahead and become a YouTube member if so inclined, or a subscriber on Twitch if you're so inclined. And then if you do have super chats, they are always appreciated, never required. So thank you for the donations, Grassroots. Thank you, Gen X. Thank you, Damocles. Greatly appreciated. Ironside says, I think Nick Fuentes is an agent of the gay agenda to create a steady supply of twinks who hate women. It would make sense because most of the groypers are like asexual, and then they meme about how being gay while you're waiting for your wife isn't technically being gay. That's awesome. No, 43 likes with 53 views is great. An 80% like ratio is fantastic. MB says that's the most heartbreaking. He even acknowledges he isn't progressive, and yet they get to slander him. And I low-key think he loves it. He hates our system. Oh, yeah. He's like a revolutionary, tanky, apologist, communist piece of garbage. Yeah, I hate this guy. I hate this guy. But there are times where Hasan talks about dating or alcohol or pop culture or something like that. And I'm like, okay, that wasn't like a terrible take. And then he talks about politics, and I'm just like, I hate you with every fiber of my being. You are a legitimately bad person with legitimately bad politics. It's incredible.
Okay, this debate all the way in like the 17th of October 2023. I believe that's when we had that conversation, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, but yes, of course, when they hear you say things that are in defense of Israel and engage in...
Bear in mind, He hasn't said anything in defense of Israel. He said criticisms of Hamas.
Racist tropes and racist stereotyping. And
racist stereotyping being that Hamas has done horrific jihadist violence that we all saw on Twitter. And yet there are Muslim and Palestinian sympathetic people who will simp for Hamas and sanitize Hamas and apologize for Hamas, despite the evidence that's put in front of our very own eyes.
And acting as though like Hamas is ISIS, for example, then yeah, of course.
I can't answer this question, but Biz D has an important one. How many groypers would it take to kill a gorilla versus how many leftists? I have to assume that there's like, they probably have a similar weak to strong male ratio, where I have to assume that like 80% of groypers are twinks and 80% of leftists are twinks, but then they have like 1 or 2 chads every now and then. So I actually think it would be about the same, Biz D. I think it'd be about the same.
Of course, people are going to say you're being fucking racist. Hasan, you're literally playing into Ethan's hands with this. Don't speak positively of a literal fascist terrorist group. A fascist terrorist group? What the fuck are you saying? Hamas is also right-wing and reactionary, though. We don't need to support them. What is the support here? I'm not saying, oh my God, it's amazing. It's the greatest fucking liberation group that has ever existed. But what are you supposed to do? Who is supposed to rise up in arms against a nation state that is a settler colonial entity doing a genocide? Don't you feel like it's a little suspicious that you constantly are railing against people who are fighting against the genocide? What the fuck are people supposed to do? What would you do?
Dude, not rape and murder people. Seriously, like we could have our ideological beasts between like who we think, you know, should rule over different segments of Palestine/Israel. But the point is that like murdering civilians intentionally is the moral line, and Hamas crosses that line intentionally. Oh my God, chatter, IDF in chat, terror, saying fascist there shows how low your power level is. Laugh my ass off. Dude, watching all these people, they're dogpiling a guy who's like, hey, maybe don't sweep for a terrorist org.
Oh.
I'm the tone police. Condemn hummus. Waited an hour to say that and didn't learn anything. Learn anything. You fools are missing the effing point so regularly. Holy smack. Did you not hear Hamas is the lesser evil part? Bruh.
This is a reality that former Israeli Shin Bet leaders also recognize. This is a reality that Ehud Barak, the former prime minister of Israel, also recognized when he said, if I was on the other side of that Gaza fence, I would join Hamas.
Okay. Did he admit in that same quote, did he say that he would like rape and murder people? Like there's a certain thing. So for instance, we can do an analytical, he uses that statement all the time, by the way. We can do an analytical perspective on how environment shapes our worldview. And so I'm ethnically Irish. I was born in the 80s. Let's say that I was born in the 70s instead, and I grew up during the Troubles. And all I knew in Northern Ireland was the fact that the English had conquered my island. We had isolated them to this pro-Protestant pocket. But even within this pro-Protestant pocket, there was racism and bigotry and violence against Irish people, and that the country would not be free until the English and their Protestant sympathizers were totally stamped out. And I was raised on that since I was, old enough to talk, right? Then I think that there is a strong possibility that instead of joining the US military like I did because I live in America, that I would have joined the IRA, right? I can say that I was interested enough in violence and politics that I would have been sympathetic to the cause of liberation of the Irish Republican Army, and I may have even joined them. However, that is not the same as condoning rape or murder. And then when it comes to Hasan on the topic of sexual assault, he sanitizes, he sweeps, he minimizes. And when it comes to the topic of murder, his response is, well, what are you going to do? Right? We don't have the technology compared to the IDF, so we have to slaughter civilians. Right? This is what he says. That's his line of argumentation. It's crazy. Sasha Lynn says, I don't think he's actually a tanky. I think he's just getting people in the U.S. to be left-leaning so that the majority will support Palestine, Turkey being allowed to participate in free trade without having to morally challenge them to do so. That's an interesting theory, which I could see. I don't know if it's as intentional as that, but I could see that being like a logical follow-through for what his father would want to achieve, is normalizing Islamist sympathetic perspectives so they don't pressure Turkey to be less Islamist. Christian Lara says, what was the context and the date of the quote that, lol? There was a time that Hamas was less violent statistically than the PLO or Islamic Jihad. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. There's a descriptive analysis of how if you were raised in a different environment, you could be a different human being and join different organizations versus saying that those actions are good. Look at this. Effing Western chauvinist take. Dude, these people get so high on their farts. These are either CIA operatives or they're people from San Francisco. They're like they're like the sons and daughters of tech bros from San Francisco who are trying to rebel against their like techno-fascist transhumanism dad. It's basically, what is it? Elon Musk's trans daughter. That's who is in this chat. It's CIA agents and Elon Musk's daughter.
Of course you would. What the fuck do you mean? What is this expectation that people are supposed to be perfect victims after 76 years of colonial occupation? It is crazy.
Not a single one of these people has seen violence up close.
He said this yesterday. You're 100% right. What?
R/leftovers H3. In my opinion, this is classical Islamophobia, implying that people join Hamas because they want to die.
About actually wanting to understand the situation in a way where we humanize everybody, where we can actually create a lasting peace, one that's not built on like hate. So yeah, no, Hila's not a terrorist. Somebody who's like, I want to join the Houthis so that I want to join Hamas so I can like suicide bomb a cafe. That's it.
Israel's defense minister paid a visit to Palestinians will be suicide bombers who failed their missions in an effort to try and understand what motivates them. Benjamin Ben Elizer's conclusion, they are driven by despair. While condemning the act, Ben Elizer said he felt compassion for one bomber, a young woman who, in a fit of grief over her boyfriend's death, volunteered to go on a suicide mission. The minister, a moderate in Ariel Sharon's hawkish government, said as soon as Palestinians can realize the dream of a normal life, they will say no to anyone who tries to convince to choose death over life. Stanley Cohen, a lawyer who represented Hamas activists, presented a very different vision of recent history. He portrayed a powerful and vicious Israel that has indiscriminately killed many thousands of innocent Palestinians. Hamas is not a terrorist group, but a nationalist resistance force. Nationalist resistance forced to resort to violence because it has so little power compared with Israel. This is something that I've described over and over again.
You don't get it, guys. They have to kill civilians. They have to target civilians. If they go toe-to-toe with IDF, they'll lose. So they have to kill civilians. They have to murder people. You don't get it. Okay. And then the other comparison that they do is the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, where I don't think that the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising was the Jewish ghetto rising up and slaughtering surrounding German civilians. If you want to prove me wrong, go ahead and link me some historical accounts of how the opening battle of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising started with a civilian massacre. I'll be happy to be proven like incorrect, right? But they always compare it to the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, and they're like, well, would you criticize the Jews who resisted their own extermination? And it's like, no, obviously not. If they were attacking Nazis in soldiers, 100% not. Of course I wouldn't criticize them. The same way I would barely criticize, who is it? Hamas if they attacked IDF. They're a paramilitary organization going against the military. They have to use guerrilla tactics in order to fight the military. I understand that. That's fine. But saying that because of oppression, you have a right to slaughter civilians is incorrect. Right. But those children are, you say Jews, he would say Israelis. They're baby settlers. Bruh. Is there any hope Hasan's chat is actually bottled and not San Francisco rich teenagers? I have no idea, bro. I have no idea, bro. Sacred Snow says, got to drive home. Everyone have a good night. See you, buddy. Thanks for hanging out. Bruh.
This is the primary difference between Hamas and ISIS. ISIS is a better analog for Israel than it is for Hamas. The only thing that you can point to with respect to ISIS and Hamas is the fact that they're both Muslim and scary to you. Hamas is
no, they're also both jihadist orgs. They also both murder civilians. They also both hate Israel.
Is a national resistance group. In terms of their own personal opinions, yes, some are right-wing reaction.
Hamas, ISIS is a national resistance group. They want to create a new state, the caliphate.
Certainly, okay? But the goal is emancipation. If there was no occupation, there would be no Hamas. It's that simple.
That's someone who's like, yeah. And they're like, yeah, I'm a terrorist. I want to.
Hold on. I'm just going to prove how wrong this is instantaneously. Let's do Israel. Hold on. Google Maps. I can't click on Google Maps. I need Israel specifically. Otherwise, you guys are going to see my home address, and I'm not interested in that. I parasocially love you guys, but I don't want to love you that much. Not yet, anyways. So let's look at a map of Islam. So right here is a demographic Islamic map where more than 80% of the population is Muslim. And if you look at it, it's North Africa, the Horn, Middle East and North Africa, into Central Asia, and then it kind of bounces over China and India, and it goes into Bangladesh, and then it jumps down into like Malaysia. Okay, so imagine that there's a belt of Islamic belief that wraps the world approximately around the equator. Okay? This all started, Islam started in twin cities, Mecca and Medina. Mecca was a caravan holy city. Makkah. Where is Makkah? I see Medina. Where's Mecca? I thought it was northwest. Mecca. Oh shit, it's south. That's interesting. Okay, cool. Interesting. So anyways, Muhammad started in Mecca. He got kicked out because he was preaching against the pagans. He moved to Medina. He formed an army. He conquered Mecca. And then I think by the time of his death, he had conquered a substantive part of Arabia. But the ensuing caliphates, 2 to 3 generations down, they had the split with Ali. And so they split between Sunni and Shia. And so the Shia concentrated in Iran, whereas Sunni spread like a belt across the world. And so all of North Africa became Sunni. I believe there was the Fatimid Caliphate, which was, I believe it was Shia. But the Muslims got as far as like Tours, France. So they wrapped into North Africa. They conquered Spain. And then I think they made it to Toulouse. Maybe not Tours. I think they made it. They could have made it to Tours, but I think they made it to Toulouse. And then they were repelled. And then there was the Reconquista, where French and Spanish Christians reconquered Spain and Portugal. And then the Ottoman Turks, the Ottoman Empire, pushed into Europe as far as Vienna, Austria in the 1600s. These were not peaceful campaigns. Everyone always talks because we have this white guilt, which is fine. Be guilty. I don't care. You know, I was raised Catholic. If you want to feel guilt, feel guilt. But we're raised to feel guilty because a bunch of people from like France, Germany, England, Italy, all that kind of stuff, they repeatedly invaded the Middle East and North Africa in order to reclaim the Holy Land over and over again. And we're taught that this is effectively religious genocide and xenocide because there were a bunch of massacres that happened as a result of those military incursions. But we have nothing to say about the fact that it started with Twin Cities, it moved through this into Vienna, and it moved into France through military conquest. And then the same thing, the Turco-Mongols were a unification of Turkic people and Mongolians who spread Islam across this entire area. We got nothing to say about that either. It's like, bro, like, yeah, sure, like trade was a thing, and Islam might have been slightly more enlightened than Christianity during the medieval period because they had the people of the book that they were willing to tolerate. But why are we pretending that this didn't happen through jihadism? It happened through holy struggle. What are we doing? Why are we lying to ourselves? And if you want to say like Muslims can be chill, yeah, Muslims can be chill. I got plenty of Muslim friends. Gassim sometimes drops by in chat. He's a busy man, but I parasocially love Gassim. He's a good dude. I've met him in person. I've met some of his friends. Gassim's a great dude. He's from Sudan. He's from this country that's currently at war. But why are we pretending that's not jihadism? I have no idea. This man confuses and frightens me. The Abbasid Caliphate still rules Palestine via Abbas. Yeah, there you go. We need a Crusader King stream. Well, listen, don't get me on the Crusader meme, because I will try to take back Constantinople. Do not encourage my Crusader LARPing. Technically, are we talking about the Crusades? What about the Crusades? Yeah, bro. Similar thing kind of happened with how Imperial Japan was remembered. It's just a thing, apparently. Bruh. All right, let's give him a few minutes, and then we'll put a capstone on this. Let's see if Hasan Piker has any interesting geopolitical, historical takes to share with the class.
To be a terrorist, I am a terrorist. You know what I mean? Could you argue that like the IDF commits acts of terror? Yeah. You know what I mean? For sure. But it.
Yeah. Fuck. By the way, I actually talked to Ethan about this in this very same conversation, but he clearly did not listen. In this conversation that I had with Ethan, we discussed the subject of Hamas and anti-Semitism within Hamas, where I said, are there anti-Semites within the ranks of Hamas? Of course there are.
Luis Cizum says, Counterpoints, did you ever play the Black Templars mod for Dawn of War? No. But I did watch the TV series / fan-made film Hell's Reach. And so I feel like that's almost the same thing.
There are anti-Semites everywhere. Having said that, the broader goals of Hamas and all Palestinian resistance and all Palestinian militancy is an end to the occupation. So Palestinians can be free, so they can be a sovereign state, so that Palestinians no longer have to worry about drones hanging over their heads and mass surveillance and death and destruction. That's it.
Okay, so that's it. He sanitizes what Hamas wants, which is for Palestine to be free. But again, if Hasan Piker wasn't pusillanimous, if he actually engaged in dialogue, if he actually argued with people online instead of hiding in his little terrorist hug box, I would ask him, well, what territory? Right? Because the argument from the river to the sea, a slogan that Hasan supports, is that from the river to the sea, so this is the Jordan River that goes through the Dead Sea and cuts down through Israel. So Jordan River. And then here's the sea, which I'm assuming they're talking about the Mediterranean and not the Dead Sea. I'm assuming they're talking about this, right? So this encompasses all of Israel. So from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, means the evaporation of the Jewish state of Israel. And that's what they do whenever they call it the Israeli occupation forces. They call it a settler colonial state. They say that it's not a country, it's an occupation. So if that's your understanding of what Israel is, it's an occupation, not a state, it's a settler colonial state, then there are, like 12 million Jews that live here? So 12 million Jews have to bend the knee to a demographically Palestinian state, and then they just have to accept their position as people of the book who must defer to an Islamist rule. Now, I'm sure that Hasan would say, oh, well, Islamism and theocracy are just outputs of, Western, anti-Western reactionary. So it could be a secular state. Yeah, but what's really going to happen? It's not going to be a secular state. It's going to be an Islamist state. Let's be real. Even Egypt, which is one of the most secular Muslim states, still pays lip service to Islamism and the rule of Islam. Even Tunisia does that. They apologized to the United States for the massacre. Wait, was it Libya? I forget where Benghazi is. Where's Benghazi? Yeah, Libya. The Libyans apologized for the slaughter of the American ambassador, but they still paid deference to Islam in their apology. They basically said, yeah, it's messed up. There was misinformation that the Americans had insulted Islam. While we do understand the rage of the people who went ahead and massacred the ambassador, we do apologize for the massacre of the U.S. ambassador, right? They even had to apologize to the jihadists and Islamists who killed Americans while they were apologizing for the slaughter of Americans, right? So just pretending that this is going to become a secular Palestinian state is some of the biggest cope that I've ever heard in my entire life. And with that, I'm going to summarize this real quick. Hasan Piker takes way too long to get to his points. He likes to yap, so do I, but still, this man loves to yap. Generally speaking, he just makes a whole bunch of points about geopolitics and history that don't seem connected. And as we made it through the piece, eventually what happened is he endorsed Hamas as the lesser of two evils, and his chat cheered him on and said, yeah, go Hamas, right? And then when somebody said, hey, Hasan, maybe don't endorse a jihadist terrorist organization that slaughters civilians, he was like, what? How dare you question the way that I'm talking? And then his chat dogpiled the chatter, saying that he was dumb for not understanding the lesser of two evils analysis. So yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy that he got questioned by Border Patrol. I'm happy that the United States government is paying attention to Hasan Piker. I think he should remember the limits of free speech that you actually I think you can still probably endorse terrorist organizations under the First Amendment. But if he's ever shown to actually provide financial or material support to a terrorist organization, he could go to jail or prison for that. So I think that he can say that, yeah, I like Hamas. Yeah, I like this. Yeah, I like that. But I'm just going to tell you, bro, I got plenty of chill Muslim friends that I love. The way that Hasan Piker and Frogan conduct themselves make me more hostile to immigration from the Middle East and North Africa, because these are first and second generation Muslim people, and they endorse terrorist organizations. Why would I want you for a neighbor? Why would I want you as a friend? Why would I want to hang out with you? It's crazy. It's crazy. Imagine that I was your neighbor during the Troubles during the 1980s, and I was like, you know what's awesome? Car bombs. You know what's cool? Blowing up civilians. You know what's even better? Slaughtering Protestants. Why would you want me as your neighbor? Why would you accept me as an immigrant into your country? I would be a murderous sociopath. Why? Why are we doing this? Hasan is the definition of little Eichmann. You said it, not me. That's the Dawn of War mod. Johad Gamar says, no, you can't go back to Constantinople. Been a long time gone Constantinople. He did the lyrics. Nice. Miles Otwell said, Corey Peltzman says, Muslim Brotherhood was inspired in part by Nazi Germany. Yeah, there was a lot of nationalist movements in the Middle East and North Africa that were fellow travelers with Nazi Germany. Miles Otwell says, can both be true? Israel is a country while also being an occupying force? Of course. Of course it can. What I'm pointing out, though, is that the rhetoric is aimed for you to view the destruction of the Israeli state as a necessary and just course of action, whereas Israel is obviously not going to feel that way, and the Jews that live in Israel are obviously not going to feel that way. Corey Peltzman says they did not like the ethnic supremacy and racial supremacy because Islam thinks everything is born Muslim and reverts back. Yeah, sure. And what I would say is that while there are people who criticize and want to destroy Israel not for ethno-religious supremacist reasons, I would argue that Islamist organizations almost certainly have ethno-religious supremacist beliefs over Judaism. They think that Islam is the true faith and Judaism is a perversion. Jonah Boy says a Hasan versus Jordan Peterson debate stream would drag on longer than Amaranth arguing with her husband. Yeah, it would be like 10 hours, wouldn't it? Oh my God. And I think they went for 20 while they were abusing each other. K Sogo says, I know no Muslims that behave and act like Hasan and Frogan. And I know a lot of Muslims. Good. I'll be boys with them. I'll come hang out. I'll smoke some hookah. I'll drink some tea. We'll eat some hummus. We'll chill. Joey Moran says, yeah, they're a detriment to all our causes as progressives. They give people a shallow understanding of the cause and then make them feel self-righteous. Mandela's what about after conflict was key. Bruh, like I am increasingly convinced that Hasan Piker probably does have a organic audience of stupid teenagers who think that he's deep, but he's not. He's about as deep as a puddle. And the only reason why they think he's deep is because he throws a bunch of historical jargon around while being hot. You know, I'm hot too, okay? You know, I'm not the hottest guy in the world, but I'm not ugly. I don't think you kick me out of bed for eating crackers. I'm being self-aggrandizing. I'm being narcissistic. My apologies. My dark tetrad virtues are popping up. So anyways, the point is, I think that there's an organic part of Hasan's audience that is dumb teenagers who think that he's interesting. But I seriously wonder if he's propped up by governments that are hostile to Israel, who do a bunch of gifted subs to keep Hasan Piker relevant. And then I wonder if the CIA is also gifting a few thousand subs every month to keep him relevant. That way he can just make the entire left look bad. I wonder how many conservative supporters there are of Hasan because he's so toxic. Woke centrist? Yeah, that's what we're working towards. That's what I need to be. I need to be a woke centrist. So Christian Blair says, given the ceasefire, as long as they choose not to engage in violence further, not sure what will be done in IP. Yeah, we'll see if Israel rebuilds Gaza. I have no idea. The Palestinians will never accept an equal compromise to Israelis. Well, you might have to. I dated a Hasan fangirl for a bit, and it was as much of a nightmare as you expect. This was before COVID, so I didn't know, but gosh darn, never again. The CIA doesn't fund streamers? I don't know. They might. Why not? They do psychological operations all the time. No, I think they're not supposed to be involved in American... I don't think they're supposed to be involved in American stuff unless it specifically ties to some kind of like foreign organization. I don't know. I don't know. Joseph Moran says, it's absolutely that I know a supporter so far that actually engages in the electoralism side of things. Everything else is an excuse to criticize leadership and deflect a lack of effort on their end. That's the NSA. True. All right. Parasocial love, fellas. Catch you in the next one. And ladies. Parasocial love. Bye now.